terrible warp phenomena during the longer voyages. It just hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the lards with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idara Talas not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than their fear of the Voidborn. Looks like you are close friends with Idara. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corners of Vigis's eyes. The only hint that the Voxmaster is smiling. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Idara to be different. I am different, too. We have spent plenty of time in each other's company discussing Regentside over a glass of Amziac. Except Idara changed after one incident, and we started to drift apart. The death of the Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Idara considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her in my own way. Perception test succeeded. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotions based on the half of a face and a Vox-modulated voice is no easy task. But you managed to catch the undercurrent of Vigis's words. The Voxmaster is not merely saddened by her rift with Idara, she is devastated by it. Have you ever left the ship? Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Vintage twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. That'll be all for now. Alarms. To the Lord Captain's quarters we go. Now, let's see, what all we got going on here. Hefty code contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valisius. In addition to a plethora of notes, copious of reports and other documents. His majestic portrait, painted by a skilled artist, greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. Here's a flag. The coat of arms of House von Valisius is crowned with the text of the Oath of Rogue Traders, the Emperor's faithful servants. Goods we can collect here. Hey, what do we got here? Blast Wave, rending shotgun, heirloom auto pistol, Marco ruler, marvelous compact weapon in the form of a ring that allows the wearer to fire a single laser shot once per combat. From 8 to 10 damage, 10% armor penetration, range 4, 100% over penetration. Pistol. Penetration is 5%. Rate of fire is 2. Range is 5. Max ammo is 30. Attacks with this pistol inflict the melting effect. Wrath of Saint Durcius. 15% armor penetration. Doesn't have an area attack. Increased damage from all sources against any hit targets by 15% until the end of combat. Doesn't stack. Xenopelt Cloak. The wearer receives 5 less damage from critical hits. The wearer gains plus 10 coercion. Bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of paper, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. The light glistening off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. Well, look at that. An orc skull. OwlCat, this personal cogitator. Oh, look at that. Nice. Shrine of Remembrance. So here's the name of all the backers. Let's see. Well. Gotta scroll through all of this, huh? Where's my name? J's, J's. Oh, there we go. Nope. There we are. There we are, chat. There's my name as a backer. Look at that. So nice. That is so nice to see. Yeah, let's see what we've got in here. So this is where I can store stuff. I don't know if I need to hold on to that or not. Gloves of Endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves gets an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain +1 bonus to damage. So heirloom monopile. Rate of fire. Recoil is 15. Armor's pin is 10. Info. What else do we have in here? This auto pistol can be used as if the wielder has dual weapon combat talent. Okay. Grants +5 perception, +5 ballistic skill. Solid projectile weapons have an increase, +50% reputation. Why is that listed twice? Must not have features. Adapts its 30s equipment for guy equipment, Delari equipment. Okay, so that's actually not bad. We got this shotgun. Shots from the shotgun push targets 3 cells away, even if the shot misses. So I can't wear this yet. Handwritten letter with a seal. Stick that into the roll. Makes it mechanical. Those we can stick that into here for now. Throw that over there. Last gun, throw over there. got? We got this last pistol, and we're gonna get rid of the last pistol. So now the question is negotiator pistol. This pistol inflict melting effect plus 5 persuasion. Burst fire, single shot. Doesn't have an area attack. Increased damage from all sources against any hit targets by plus 15% until the end of combat. Doesn't stack. Until the end of combat. Next 20%. You can wear that. Back to me. So I'm currently wearing the Rogue Trader's Quote. Grants plus 5 fellowship for each enemy and a 2-cell radius. The wearer receives 5 less damage from critical hits. Wearer gains plus 10 coercion. That's what we're gonna wear. Gloves gets an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain plus 1 to damage. You can wear that. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Inventory. So, I guess for the time being. Hold on to that shotgun. Throw that ring on. These 2 last pistols. This pistol. Pistols, and then we're good to go there. What's this? Ticking of a clock is too quiet for its bulky size. That Regentside. Position of the pieces on the board suggests that this game of Regentside was interrupted. The winner never determined. This fine sculpture made from the strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. Liturgies of faithful to his word and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. Here to the personal corners, see if there's anything new. Oh, here we go. Ooh, what head of a beastie do we have there? The long dead eyes of this fierce monster forever capture the fear and pain in its final moments. A massive beastie. Oh, what is this? We got some goods right over here. Cracked data slate. Okay. We got that. We got something over here. Beyond the stained glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. Observe. No. Doesn't look it. Okay, over to the baths. Anything in here? Nope. Okay. Level up. So we got available characteristic and available talent. So what is our ballistics up to? This is up to 40. So I'm gonna get the ballistic up. And then now we got this. High-roll characters gain a plus 50 bonus to dodge against the first attack of opportunity every round. I already got the weapon personalization. Outnumbered. We're not doing melee. Madri. Grenader. Skill, tech use, persuasion, medicaid, Xenos, warp, and premium objects. So all of this is locked. Feature space skill, athletics. Tech use, persuasion, medicaid. So I'd have to get this. Characteristic training. Characters gain +5 fellowship. The character may improve any trained characteristic even if their archetype or origin does not allow it. And that's that. Characteristic training, ballistic skill. Heavy weapon efficiency. Dual weapon combat. So nimble's not a bad one to grab. You suffer a minus 20% penalty to dodge against last weapon attacks. Maximum 4 damage. Dueling master. Grants +2 movement. Clarity. Each shot fired by the soldier grants them a +1 agility until the end of the next turn. Second skin. Does not reduce dodge. Swift slaughter. Revelant slaughter can be used 2 kills instead of 3. Forewarning. Can't use that. Fortress. Don't need it. Enough bullets for everyone. Soldier's second attack action in a turn deals plus 5+2 times agility bonus % more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage from the soldier during this turn. Velocity. The first hit of each burst attack deals damage equal to the weapon's current rate of fire. Trace trajectory. When users cover against an enemy's attack, they gain a guaranteed critical. See, that's not bad. Point blank. All of the soldiers' area attacks. Ignore deflection when used against enemies in a 3-cell radius around the soldier. Integrity. While at full wounds. Combat Medicaid. Healing an ally with a medkit in combat restores additional wounds equal to the Medicaid divided by 10. Medikits costs -1 AP less. See, now that's not too bad right there. Cover increased by 10% for cover, full cover, and 20% for half cover. Fired up. Their critical damage is increased by plus 1% until the end of combat. Skill bonus, percent more damage for their next attack in the current combat. I'm not really going to be planning to use burst attacks. Decisions. Not rules for everyone. With an attack action of the turn deals damage and not suffer damage by the soldier. The next use of running gun when used after entrench grants additional agility. Don't have entrenched. Unfaltering fire. Soldier has an ally adjacent to them. Controlled shots cost -1 AP less to use. Swiss Slaughter. Grants +2 movements. See, that might not be too bad. Decisions, chat. I don't know what to pick. version does not allow it. Ballistic skill. There it is. So that would put me at ballistic skill 50. And that would get me up to 50. Yeah, why not? And then it's your turn. So you get ballistic skill. And then we are going to give you... what was it? Enough bullets? No. Should really give you bolt weapon expert first. Of no, yes. Not bad. Attacks gain plus 10% armor penetration. Alright, we'll get that to her first. And then, what do you need? Willpower, probably, but so it's intelligence and perception. Choose a common trait. Last weapon expert. Nimble. Skill, training, agility. site rating. Then successful dodge and are parried by the sucker and their allies combined. Grants the sucker plus 2 additional AP on the next turn. George, no. Down. Down. Let's see. Second barrage. Force reality. Needs to be level 10 to increase our psi rating. Against that enemy deals an additional plus toughness bonus damage. It's not stacked, but it can be reactivated after another attack made by either the same enemy or a different one. Again, toughness deals an additional agility bonus to enemies that have no allies in an adjacent cell. Toughness plus strength bonus. This is 5 or more cells. That one might be good. Technically, I think I'm going to do Chainsaw Expert first. Back to the bridge. Well, speaking of which, I need to read those. Alright, so what do we got here? The final transactions with the Chartist are complete. The Fiery Reckoning is now fully equipped. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent and received by the bridge. Target's estimate time of arrival in the system. The fire reckoning is crewed by a servitor. Chances of the ship returning are minimal. Estimated time. Fiery reckoning has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the foray to ensure maximum contact with the target. Sent and received by the bridge. That doesn't sound good. His chagrin is irrelevant. Buckner's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be. Irreproachable at uncovering spies. He has failed at what he was supposed to be. Irreproachable at uncovering spies. And this one was a senior officer. I am not about to discard him. Conrad has served me for too long, and his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the von Valenci line, but his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson for which he may yet learn. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A silver skull whirls over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding. And he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Gennaro's Danrock at your service. Have you ever heard of the name Fiery Reckoning? From what I can tell, it is a void ship of some sort. Jandris thinks for a moment, pursing his lips in concentration. I am afraid it is not immediately familiar to me, your lordship. Please allow me a moment. He starts rapidly tapping on the screen of his data slate. I say, House von Valencies did indeed sign a contract with the owners of a vessel with the designation Fiery Reckoning. There are transactions, records of the ship picking up cargo from Kaiba Gamma. Well, this is odd. Data log ends there. Apparently, the ship had some interactions with one of the workshops on your industrial world. I beg your pardon, your lordship, but that is the extent of the assistance I can provide you in regard to this particular matter. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? As the High Factorum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that the suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil for the good of the von Valencius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by poor custom officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. How did you come to serve the von Valencius dynasty? I come from Dragonis, your lordship. I have been a subject of your dynasty since birth and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to me being 15th in line for the title. So I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempt to shorten the waiting list at my expense. Generous lets out an almost kindly chuckle. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the adaptus administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and the other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled at and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I wish to know what you think of my fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates? A wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I'll endeavor to be honest as possible. Gander's eyes light up. He is absolutely eager to speak his mind. Tell me what you think of Essential Abelard Western. Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not. Teach Master Wizzarin to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what method she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is nothing else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your Essential is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possesses the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably even when Lady Theodora was away. And that really is saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer. I say, or alternatively, turn him into a faithful ally. I'd like to hear your opinion of Conrad Voktiver, the former Master of Whispers. I hope to never see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor, although he would be able to do at least some good that way. Someone has to clean the latrines after all. The Factum's bloated face grown stern. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain. And still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voktiver's company. But I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out that Conrad lacked the most important quality for a Master of Whispers, unwavering loyalty to the rogue trader, and his failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you say about Master Vigis Tolomin? Ah, yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family, we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumor that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Tolomin has spent in post as Voxmaster, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character or anything that would make me question her professionalism or professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent, as any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. I would like to replace the painting of the late Theodora in my chambers, hang my portrait instead. It will be done, your lordship. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. Rest assured, there are people of the most outstanding talents among the thousands of your crew I contact overseas at once. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so now I know what that is. My retinue and I are in need of training, so that's retraining. Enough questions for now. I shall return later. Theodora should be down here. Dara, right? Yeah, there she is. Quick save real quick. The tall middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant, as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone, and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Idara turns her head toward you and offers a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Idara, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
With noticeable effort, Idara focuses her eyes on you. She lets out a nervous laugh. You are a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessings. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Idara bares her teeth in a savage grin. A feral gleam in her eye. Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead, in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
In other words, her psychic powers got a little bit out of control. Oh, the voice acting is just so good. There's not enough of it. What did you do before you came on the came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes.
Oh, such a good cackle.
I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Idara looks at you expectantly. Then, as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate a head exploding and laughs. Give me 1 second here, chat. I was testing something out earlier and I forgot to turn off that little overlay. There we go. You never finished your story about your first time crossing the warp.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
How'd you end up in the rogue trader service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too.
Nurse squints as though she's peering at something far away.
As I looked at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. All so I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
Have you ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
God,
Of course, Lord Captain.
such good voice acting. What is it like being a psycho?
Lord Captain, forgive me. But it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amisec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if the door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me. I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Can you see my future?
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
And Dara wrinkles her nose and looks around. Then she wipes her hands, gives her head a shake, and finally nods. And then Idara grins like she's already heard some salacious detail. Sure.
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Idara laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained. Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, rogue trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion.
So the first one that she said, that's to deal with the navigator. This is for our Mechanicus friend that's going to take over the head of the Mechanicus cult on our ship.
A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord?
I'm assuming this is going to be the Space Marine.
The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it?
I'm not sure what that is. Glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. I'm not sure what that one is.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Adara strains to listen, then frowns and shakes her head. The psycho shrugs sheepishly and sniffs. Got a new story. Did you know Von Valencia well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked.
That's a cruel one.
It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady Von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Adara lets out a sharp breath and shakes her head. Adara's eyes darken and a strange, otherworldly expression comes over her face. Things are strained between you and Argenta. Isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. Girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Got a new story for me?
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Adara becomes much more animated, and her expression turns slightly dreamy as she recalls one of her stories.
Okay, so we went to Footfall once. Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrive at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
That's kind of twisted there. Dara can't help herself but burst out laughing, and then weeping, Adara wipes away a tear. Alright, I must take my leave.
Of course.
So we exhausted all the dialogue from her. I don't believe there was anything back here of interest. Technical nut. So that's where Adeptus Geis hangs out. Bridge officer. Then we want to come down here. Talk to our master helmsman. Tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle, blue-veined snake under his white, almost dove-colored skin. And his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger. He greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Revor, at your service. Remind me, who are you? I'm the Master Helmsman, Lord Captain. I stand at the wheel of this here tube. I mean, your vessel, and bark commands at idiots who tend to its related systems. In layman's terms, I'm the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or a disruptive gravitational wave while we're traveling through the void. Do you control the ship in real space? I wish that was my only job. I have to steer her through the warp too. Most of the credit for that goes to the navigator. The warp's a nightmare, always tossing up something new. All my years at the helm, they count for nothing in there. My part's small enough. I just monitor our systems, follow the charted route, and I don't kick up a fuss when new orders come in from the navigator's sanctum. Real space. Now that's where I keep my eyes peeled. Gravitational anomalies, void currents, hard radiation. That kind of shit shows up everywhere. Thank the Emperor the augurs on this vessel are holding up. And so far we've been able to spot if something's bad coming our way. Who are these idiots you are in charge of? There are too many to list them all. Tech priests from the Engineera, voidsmen from the augur decks. The work-shy fools on the bridge, I'd have every last one of them flogged. They all need a wake-up call. They need to be whipped into shape or else the ship will be going nowhere. Or even worse, it'll go somewhere we don't want it. That's enough for now. You're a Voidborn, are you not? That I am. Born into the Helmsman clan in the bowels of the Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15. My entire clan was butchered by mutiny by lower hold scum. They spared the young'uns, of course they did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. But I was having none of it. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me. So I escaped into the crawlways, and then I spent months picking them off, one after the other. Raver stops abruptly. You got me talking up a storm anyway. Yes, I'm a Voidborn. Finish your story, Ravor. Ravor stays silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upwards to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions, so I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, then ended up junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Dan Rock spotted me and lured me away, the cheeky blighter. Do you know anything about the ship named the Fiery Reckoning? Raver winces as if in pain. I've heard the name. That much I'm sure of, but I can't recall the details. Huh. I wonder if it was part of the operation that the late Mort was put in charge of. If it was, then there's nothing I can tell you, Lord Captain. The whole thing was kept under wraps. Your best chance would be to ask High Factotum. Maybe some of his treasury records have mentions of this fiery reckoning. I see you're not a gregarious sort. Ravor's eyes twitches, which makes the grimace on his face even uglier. Av, I done something to displease the Lord Captain? Did I mishear you? Or are you giving the rogue trader cheek? Answer me, Void Rat. I'm merely sharing an observation. On the contrary, you are the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boots. The helmsman perpetually twisted mouth twitches as if he's trying to smile. It looks sinister rather than friendly. Oh yeah? Well, I'm pleasantly surprised myself that you aren't having me flogged for insubordination. Well, wonders never cease. Ravor points at the cables around himself, connecting wires. Once they go into the control panel, I become one with the ship, except the bloody cogs messed up the wire stimulus injectors and connectors when they implanted them. They twisted the wires the wrong way or burned something in my noggin. Anyway, I can't sleep. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's been 30 years of non-stop stimulants and splitting headache. So you'll forgive me if I'm not all smiles, Lord Captain. Tell me about the Voidborn. Ravor winces and rubs his temple. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation like Ptolemy, the new Vox Master. I ain't talking type. I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they're best at. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good for nothing wasters. That's what they all are. Each and every one of them. Take Janice Dan Rock, the high-born weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they can take the fall for him too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from Footfall for him. Got caught by the Sentinel and ended up in the Void Hatch. Dan Rock couldn't care less. The Vox Master, another Ptolemy like the last one, Void Rest him, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up her post. So the Vox systems were damaged and the Engineerum had no contact with other modules. But how am I supposed to steer the ship? Collect the COG reports with the power on my mind? First officer Wesserin, I can't stand him. Like every naval officer I've ever met, he doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void. But he puffs himself up all the time and throws his weight around. Me and him have had to have words a few times before he left me alone. Thank the Emperor Lady Theodora trusted me more than Sensual when it came to helming the void ship. And there's that woman, what's her name, Talas. Lady Theodora brought her along whenever she went. And look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out it was the witch that delivered her to an early grave. Just like the countless souls before, I don't see why anyone would want a walking calamity on their ship. But some would disagree. They say she's friends with young Ptolemy, you know, or at least she used to be. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? Everyone looks perplexed. What kind of question is that? I like you, and Lady Theodore before you. What would I be if I was making cracks about the rogue trader? Ha! I don't want to die just yet. I must take my leave. Lord Captain, Revoir acknowledges you with a nod and turns away. So the last one to talk to is Argenta.
Rogue trader.
Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled, and she moves like she's a little on edge. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader.
Oh, is that all? Really? I'm gonna continue the voice dialogue. The cursed servants of chaos who assaulted the ship took the lives of your loyal crew members. And they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valencia's territory. But in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps a rogue trader could meet with the orphans. What good would meeting them do? Make arrangements for the meeting worthy of a rogue trader. I will address the orphans in speech. I will meet with them. No formalities needed. These are children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valencia's dynasty. My consideration is the least they deserve. Deliver this order on my behalf. Orphans are to be properly provided for, but a personal meeting with a rogue trader is too much. Why would I? Do you wish to fill these children's heads with the illusion that the world and its rulers care about them? I will have no part in that. Let's go ahead and go with this. I'll pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. All right. The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. My autosave? No. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups. Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the Schola Progenitum in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you. The one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House Von Valencius. So what should we do, chat? Grandly address the group. I am the rogue trader and Lord Captain of the ship. Speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives for a just cause and brought honor to the Von Valencia's banners. And those of the Imperium, I'm proud of them, and I believe that you will become their worthy heirs. Smile at the group. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. Dress as chaperones. Give them treats and escort them to their homes. I believe a minute of beholding the Lord Captain is a great enough honor for them. Nope. The teenagers hang on your every word with bated breath. Only a few at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed by your speech. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for your noble lot. And you just give us speeches? Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flash in her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. Address the chaperones. Their comportum leaves much to be desired. I hope that they will be molded into worthy servants of House von Valencius. This audience is over. Address the chaperones. Punish the troublemaker. Put the rest back in their bays. The audience over. Address the group. You have things to say them without fear. I will listen. Ignore the interruption. Rest assured you won't be abandoned. You will be taken care of. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say. It won't bring our parents back. And it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks. Or worse. Quite a bit. I understand your grief and dismay. Your parents died. It's not an easy thing to go through. But they gave their lives for the truth, for the good of the whole ship, for the Imperium. Do not speak of their honorable fate with anger and disdain. When the heretics who killed your parents attacked the ship, I was there. I took command. I fought. I repelled the assault as quickly as I could. But no war can be won without losses. You can only strive to do what is within your power. The strong have power to decide the fate of others. The weak either obey or die. If you seek a different lot in life, boy, save your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. Ooh, choices. I think we'll go with number 2, chat. You heard the rogue trader. His words carried the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly, then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sigh. The servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valencius emblems emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Central came prepared for any contingency. Magenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few words of encouragement, then leaves the bay. Nice little interaction there. Back to the ship's bridge we go. Back down. Continue our conversation with Argenta.
Greetings.
Even in the stillness, Sister Argenta radiates energy with her dark eyes shining and a slight blush on her cheek. She is reciting a prayer and looks at you only once she has spoken the final line. Johann Draken, greetings. Tell me about yourself. About me?
Me. I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that
she stopped short.
I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more. And it's bound to happen someday.
You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll
Argenta
find a
says
way to
repeatedly.
atone for them.
Then she frowns and lowers her head for a moment. Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valanci's protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the Medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright. As you wish. This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught. I enjoy your company, Argenta. Hope that you remain in the crew, and that the ship becomes your home. You might be of use to me, so I have no problem with your presence. I see no place for you. No.
Those are very courteous words, Rogue Trader. Thank you, both for your words and your hospitality.
Gives you another somewhat puzzled look. Tell me about the Adeptus
Gladly,
Sororities.
there are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, Rogue Trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
They say the Adeptus Sororities are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true?
It is. The Sisters of
Welcome in,
Battle are a
Commander.
fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo
Nanya.
of his voice
How's
that
it going,
travels
Commander?
through the dark
07.
expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and
That
other
she does,
enemies of
Nanya.
humanity.
That she does.
We protect the faithful
How you doing this
from
fine
the
morning, buddy?
unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words, more often than not with a bolter.
How you doing this fine morning, buddy? Just playing some more Rogue Trader 40k. Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me.
Ooh, waiting on a job interview. I am doing pretty good, and I'm gonna wish you the best of luck on the job interview. What's the interview for, my friend?
Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her. For nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness.
And they are suicidal. Controlling funds for company is a B2B funds. Like I said, I'm definitely gonna keep my fingers crossed for you, buddy. I know you've been going stir crazy there. So hopefully this interview pans out.
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Galixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Orders Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
Ooh, Lord Imperium succeeded. The Order of Pronatius is not one of the Order Militant, and yet you are a trained fighter.
Don't let the name deceive you. The Order's militant trains sisters to march onto the battlefield as an army. That does not make sisters who belong to the non-militant orders timid and helpless.
I really do too, man. I really do. I'm gonna wish you the best of luck. Because like I said, I know you've been going stir crazy. I know you've been missing work in. So, cheers. Here's to the best. But yeah, 20 minutes, man. Let's see, it's like what? 20 of my time, so that's gotta be like what? What is it, like 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning for you there, Nanya?
Both the solace-bringing Sisters Hospitaller and the enlightened Sisters Dialogus know how to greet enemies of humanity.
10:06
Their
for me now.
dialogue with
Okay.
heretics is usually
you're 9 hours
quite
ahead.
short, with the last word being a bolter discharge.
Yes, bolter discharge.
And my order has all the more reason to be known for the martial prowess of its sisters. We are the keepers of the Imperium's relics. What would become of our blessed hero's legacy if the Sisters Pronatus could not protect it?
After a short pause, Argenta adds with somewhat arrogant haste. You said you belong to Flagship branch of the Order. What brought you to the Kronos Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Pastor Mr. Wayne, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororities in the Kronos?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I have no more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself
Thank you for
would be
your
imprudent.
conversation. Until next time. Yes. Together in prayer and training. Alright. Last but not
Lord
least,
Captain.
Abelard. Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as a rogue trader.
A noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Outline the situation in the Kronos Expanse for me. What do I need to know about?
This
and keep in
is a
mind?
topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words, the Kronos Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months.
Ah, congrats,
Established
man.
pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of
Can't wait
rabble.
for you to start
And
doing
in
the
only major
ME3.
port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored
I know
alongside
I've been lurking up
pirate
quite a bit in your
vessels.
streams as you're playing that and just listening along as I'm chatting in the pilot's lounge. This means the local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are really... Okay.
Until recently, the Kronos Expanse could
But
hardly
yeah,
have been called
I'm looking
the
forward
region
to
of
it.
the Imperium.
Are you going to be streaming
The
that later?
situation has changed
Might
with
be
the
today?
arrival of the Lord
Nice.
Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Kronos Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse. And in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
I know, right? It's like, man, that's why I love the OwlCat Games, is they put a lot of love into these. I mean, the Pathfinder games were just phenomenal. I've been enjoying this so far, even though it's a lot of dialogue in the opening. It still continues to be a lot of dialogue throughout the game. But, like, I mean, the gameplay is just really great. And the detail that they've instilled into this game is just phenomenal. I mean, look at this map chart right here. Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Kronos Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Kronos Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them. If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Oh, and the voice acting in this game is just so good. So good, and there's a lot of times where I just wished everything was voice acted. Conrad, our previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
Abelard winces as though from toothache, and he makes no attempt to hide his feelings.
We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valacius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake. If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
Hey, welcome back from the ads, Nanya. Yeah, I was saying, like, as I was saying before, OwlCat Games put a lot of love and care into the games that they've made, especially the Pathfinder games that they made. And in this, they spared no expense on the detail, on the scenery. I mean, it's gorgeous. Definitely takes you into the universe, the grim, dark universe of Warhammer 40k. That's all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
And the voice acting in this game so far is just fantastic.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
Tell me about yourself.
What would you like to know?
What were you before you became Theodore Essential?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcements to the rogue trader's army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue trader's personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Even the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post?
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. The Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
Navel seems to crack slightly under your intense stare. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Abelard appears to have lost the power of speech. Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Thank you, I have no more questions.
Of course.
Let's take my time.
Lord Captain.
All right. So now we spent all the time getting to know our companions. Fertile Expanse is a little studied region beyond the edges of the Imperium. Since before records began, people have been drawn there in search of glory. The events of Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader take place in vast regions of space known as the Kronos Expanse. The sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you will get the chance to visit. You will find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the Expanse. What you see before you is a map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to the point of interest, then click left mouse button on it to initiate the event or open the planet view. Okay, Ryken Minoris. So that is where we are gonna get our Mechanicus companion. Rack 5. This is where we're gonna get our navigator. Ryken Majoris. That's the prison planet. That is a pirate void ship. Alright, let's see. Travel to here. Again, scan. The resources defined. Make our way over here to the identified void ship, which is a pirate ship. I wanted a quick save before we got there. Vox crackles to life and Master Helmsman Ravnor addresses you. What we have here, Lord Captain, it's not very noticeable, but there's a void ship sitting in the local asteroid field. It sure is quiet, like it's huddled up in there on purpose. Not like I'm surprised, the thing is more scrap heap than ship at this point. Somebody sure went to town on it. We are registering critical damage to the hull and depressurization on several compartments. Oh, there's an incoming transmission now, too. Hear us. The Vox transmission hisses and abruptly cuts to static. Do not require assistance. Pete, do not require assistance. Copy? The Vox relays a different voice. Keep following. They'll pass us by. Won't they? Roar protects. Lord Captain, I'm told our augurs cannot determine the allegiance of the vessel. To be brief, there is an unidentified and badly damaged vessel within an asteroid field near the Rekandi Phila colony that is refusing help, which, not to put a fine point on it, has not yet been offered to them. River, can we establish communication? Let the vessel identify itself. Ignore. Nope. Yes, Lord Captain. Connection established. Unknown vessel. We are receiving you. Identify yourselves. I repeat, identify yourselves. For a brief moment, the Vox only hisses and snaps, and then several voices at once start shouting over one another. Do not tell. Tell him. We are done for. This is Thunderfang. We are... One of the voices falters uncertain and is replaced by another. A merchant vessel. Do you copy? We are a private merchant vessel. Merchant vessel. Of course they are. Damn my stupid head. Where did I hear this name before? Thunderfang. Report. Damage report on the unknown vessel. Thunderfang. Why can you not identify yourself? Main deck gun. On my order. Aim weapons. Target Thunderfang. Report. Damage report on the unknown vessel. Telemetry shows multiple hull breaches, most likely caused by guns of a combat ship. Several compartments are leaking air. The bridge has been almost completely obliterated. Two of the engines critically damaged. Somebody gave them a thrashing so solid they barely managed to limp away. Thunderfang, why can we not identify you? You can make out hoarse and furious whisperings even over the crackling of the static. Why? I don't know. What if? Certainly not. Nanny. Oh no. Isn't it good of wives to do that? I mean, like, really? About how highly educated people, and she replies with, sure, how high are you? I know that feeling. My wife does that to me all the time. The whispering dies and a clear, youthful voice cuts through the static. Our vessel is badly damaged. Damage is preventing the correct identification. We assure you, peaceful merchant vessel. Thunderfang does not require aid. Thunderfang, your
I'll
vessel
be
is badly
back.
damaged. What happened to you? Alright, I wish you luck, Nani. The Vox responds by bursting into California sounds, words, and emotions. Someone chuckles bitterly, another swears with some foul expletives. Yet another hisses, furiously demanding that the others shut up. We manage to make out little from all of this noise. We are just flying, minding our own business, straight out of the blue and open fire. Miracle we could get away, Emperor protected. And then more fire. Who? Void only knows. Roasted our tail, bombed everything. Our folks are left without our help. We never got to them. Thunderfang. Now stop playing games and explain again what you forgot in the area. And this time I highly recommend the truth. Happy now? What have you done? Idiot. It is too late now. The Vox channel is again full of the angry whisperings of several voices. The whispers and static are drowned out by a clear and slightly frightened voice. Do you copy? We are from the Fellow of the Void. We did not come here to loot. On a different business, to help our own. Out of jail. Do not hurt. Please. We already had our Chronos clean. How about striking a deal? Our hold is full of plunder, I mean goods. In case you are unaware, Lord Captain, the Fellowship of the Void is a disorderly assembly of several dozen pirate factions in the Chronos Expanse. They consider themselves above regular heretics solely because they sometimes have Vox conversations with those whom they are about to board. Were it up to me, I would make them eat a salvo from the macro cannon. Just macro cannons to shake the scum loose from their decks. You certainly deserve it. High Factorum Janus Danrock. The honey voice of the High Factorum interrupts the translation with a polite cough. I would wait on destroying the vessel if I were you. Although the moral aspects of their livelihood do cause some awkward questions, the Fellowship of the Void remains a major supplier of goods to local market. Perhaps you will find dealing with them acceptable, especially when jumping to warp is impossible. Keep following the old course. Main gun, deck, on my order, aim weapons, target. Let's go ahead and do a little exchange. Let's see, what do we got access here? So we've got access to camouflage robe. What is this? The wearer receives -5 less damage from critical hits. The wearer gains +10 coercion. Oh, the wearer's range attacks decrease their target's dodge by -5%. Does not stack. Okay.
Welcome in, Commander.
Metal Matrix, welcome in, Commander. How are you doing today?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that
yeah,
is
not
not how you
What's up?
play World of Tanks.
What's up, buddy? Do you need something? Trying to fix an issue with my Discord and my beacon mixer. You need someone talking in Discord. Gotcha. I can hop into your Discord real quick. There we go. I'll pop into General for you. So,
Thank you.
hey, not a problem. Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take the Melt-A-Charge. And then we need to raise our reputation. What do we got? Noise suppression helmet. When the wearer kills an enemy in a 1-cell radius with a shot, they gain +1 resolve until the end of combat. Powerful. War World Origin. Fencing body glove. The character wearing this armor will dodge 39% of the average enemy attacks in this chapter. This armor reduces the incoming damage of average enemy attacks in this chapter by -20%. 10 against melee attacks. World property. +10% parry. Reaper Cape. Grants +12% dodge reduction to the wearer's melee area attacks. That's what? Level 2 reputation? Ratobi pattern. Great sword. Most warriors prefer swords, where they provide more flexibility on the battlefield against close combat enemies. Black chest plate. Will dodge 23% of average enemy attacks in this chapter. The armor reduces the incoming damage of average enemy attacks in this chapter by -30. Pneumonia. It's in charge ability cost. Medal of Clarity. When the wearer targets an ally with Bring It Down ability for the first time in combat, that ally gains +1 additional action point. Okay. So heretical, miscellaneous fuel. Let's see, we got what? 2 things of melee weapons that we can turn in. I don't accept holy gifts. Provisions. Not accepting provisions. Show tradable. So we got 2 melee and 1 range. That only gives us 300 reputation points. So enough to really do anything at the moment. Okay. Alright, so we did that. Now let's go get our navigator. Foxmaster. Lord Captain reporting. The heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence, perhaps due to Durac 5 being off limits to visitors. We intercepted signals from...
Test 1, 2.
Yep, can hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I'm testing something else. I'll go to push to talk for a bit.
Hey, not a problem.
Just keep talking, because I'm diagnosing something, so thanks.
Hey, not a problem. Lord Captain reporting. We already read all that. We intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. Order the Auger crew to scan the station. Turn back. No one dares to give me orders. We will not invade a Navis Nobilite station without first acquiring official approval. Order the Auger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Big Dis's measured voice. The officers from the Auger crew performed a full scan of the station. The information is precise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We are able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. Signs of biological activity are largely present in the central nodule, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators heralds ignoring us? Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. The Vox relays the cadent sound of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I am sorry, Lord Captain. Station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. We will not invade. Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely and may the God Emperor light your path. All praise the God Emperor. Tithe grade L840. Yep. Here we go. I'd like to welcome everyone from YouTube and Rumble. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me tonight as I go ahead and play through Rogue Trader. It's definitely a fun game. If you guys haven't checked it out already, I'd highly suggest it if this seems interesting to you. We're about to get into some of the game mechanics with the turn-based combat, some more of the story, and other aspects that are involved in the game.
Pathetic world. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
to hold and skip. I don't want to skip. Oh, that's really interesting. I won't. Really interesting. I wonder if that's a camera glitch. Philic or Celio. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face. And not just his own blood. Two jet black unblinking eyes are watching your every move. And the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Answer in High Gothic. I am Rotrager. Abelard, if you'd be so kind. Desist, brother. It was the Emperor's will that brought me to this abode. Keep talking to me this way, and I will make you swallow your own tongue. The system has been under the protection of Winterscale Dynasty for many years. Admittedly, I do not expect to meet another rogue trader in my lifetime. And since fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Philip Christopher August, keeper of the station. So, you did not come to offer support to the traders? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Iraq 5 is a holy sanctum of House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. Provide me with a navigator and I will immediately depart the station. I came here in search of a navigator, so you are coming with me. I am looking for the Lord Inquisitor's interrogator, one Henrik von Kalox. Do you know anything about his present location? What is happening on the station? Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the Nobelite. Don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orsilio, the second keeper of Iraq 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner, greedy scum. I swear by the throne's light, their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Balek falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Kessia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. I still have questions concerning the situation on the station. Our idle chatter will not save Lady Kessia. If you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. Tell me of your mistress. Regretfully, I am not allowed to discuss my mistress, whether with her retinue or the outsiders. She will tell you about herself personally if she feels like it. That is assuming she survives. I'm begging you not to waste any more of our precious time, for it's running out. What makes you think your mistress is still alive? A spark of concern flickers in the black pits of Philip's eyes. You may not believe me, but Lady Kessia is capable of. The navigator cringes, seemingly in pain, and fiercely exhales incredible things that even the traitor Theobald can easily harness her power. My men have reported that the station is in a deplorable state. The navigator irritably brushes away any strand of bloodied hair.
Elizabeth_open is now following.
Welcome in, Commander. Elizabeth, thank you so much for that follow. Hopefully you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. Do pull up a chair, grab yourself a drink. Definitely enjoying the show. Just currently going through all these dialogue options at the moment. The navigator irritably brushes away any strand of brushes away a strand of bloodied hair. Trust me, I should know. Everything happened too quickly. There were dozens of reports of accidents, victims, and failing systems. The only precious thing aboard this station is Lady Kessia's life. Everything else is futile. It can be easily replenished. Why did you not respond to my message from Riken Minoris? I've already said Iraq 5 is sacrosanct. It is the holy domain of the Navis Nobilite, and it is forbidden for commoners from the world below. We had hoped to solve this crisis on our own, but when the situation spiraled out of control, we could not establish contact because the traders had disabled our equipment. You have questions? What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favor under different circumstances, and yet, Bellic takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood, and winces in pain. And yet, Lady Kessia's well-being is above all. I haven't gotten many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to descend to the mistress's chambers, you need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator machine spear. I have one part and the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Why should I help you? You came to the station for a reason. House Orselio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the requisitory doors. The most ancient of the sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod and technically ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement, so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory in the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to bruised strength, something which I currently happen to lack. I guess that makes sense. So, what have you decided? The Senate of the Von Valencius line. I got quite a bit of choices. The woes of your house upset the balance of power in this part of the galaxy. I will help you, if not for the sake of profit, but for the good of the Imperium. It will be an honor to save Lady Navigator from her woes. The rogue trader's aid will cost House Orselio, but you should rejoice, for your mistress will live. I will rescue your mistress, but in return I require that House Orselio sign a contract with my protectorate. Take it by force. I do not care about your mistress. I am looking for a navigator, and you will do. What should we choose, chap? What should we choose? I will rescue your mistress, but in return I require a contract. Felix's reply sounds curt and tired. So be it. Hurry, the mistress' safety is all that matters. And should you fail, our arrangement is finished. Still understand why Abelard is so far ahead of my party.
Is there money to be made?
A premonition runs true.
Corpses were mauled by a force far beyond any mortal capacity. The faces are twisted in pain, and the hands were fused with improvised weapons, tools, scissors, and cutlery. So why is Abelard so far ahead? Journal, map, corpus, ashes. Ship management, cargo manager.
I always keep my options open.
That's gonna get me into trouble. Athletics.
An expected result.
Repeat that.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge. Experience. Nothing matters more.
Yeah, gain experience for all of that. Actually, come to think of it. It's dialogue, combat, all. Is there a way to adjust? Doesn't seem to be any way to adjust my party.
Over there.
Duty prevails.
She's got the highest demolition, huh?
Always keep your
Pay
eye on the
attention.
prize.
Another trap.
Never doubt me.
Nothing to be found there.
Keep your wits about you.
Another skill check.
Just as I planned.
Took their own lives by slicing their guts wide open. Was that a success? Yes. Alright, what do we got here? Trade goods. Some cook. Catches some St. Lucius. So, holy goods.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Stand firm. We must not let the miscreants defile House Orsilio. Fur at will for House Orsilio.
But I will grant none.
Purge them!
That's only partial cover. Okay. Argenta, you can take up over there. You. Take partial cover there. Abelard, where are you? Alright, Abelard, you go over there.
Nothing.
Damn. We can only get those two, huh?
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. Shall become like fire.
Jeez Louise. Despite the partial cover there, they're pretty much
Don't you dare leave us now!
landing all their shots. Unbelievable. There's so many more of them than there are of me. I visited all the systems in the Kronos Expanse. That was from the beta. Wow.
That's how it's done. Let us not dawdle.
Let's see.
I always have a backup plan.
Look at the detail in this game. One dare you doubt the faith in the God Emperor, for none can get into the depth of the really fully read that. Pristine and new. Try assaulting them from this side.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
You dare cross the faithful!
Partial. It's full cover only from a certain angle. Stick you there. No, we'll put you there. Stick you there. Abelard, you can go there. And then you, Miss Psyker. Behind the desk with me, but got no choice. There we go.
Your pain won't stop me.
Oh yeah, Nanya. Let me touch up. Let me touch up. I'm glad that you're feeling so confident about that, man. Alright, so...
A tactically sound approach.
I took care of this one.
There we go. Both of them are down. I'm really glad to hear that you're feeling confident about that interview. That is awesome to hear, buddy.
Temporary setback.
Man, landed every single one of those shots. Talk about ridiculous. All right. Oh. Move up to there. Let's see. What kind of shenanigans can we get up to here? Alright, so that'll miss Abelard, and we could potentially hit
I'll do it.
foray. Okay, so we got one person, run and gun. And, that's the Medicaid guard.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Alright, so he's got a hair of life left. So, what do we got here? 40% chance to hit. 37% chance to hit. Why so low? Chance to hit him.
On it. I'll see to it personally.
Unbelievable.
Cover me! But of course.
There we go. This is one again. Second increases target's dodge and parry by plus 10% to the end. Let's see you.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Feel cold.
Charge.
Indeed.
Oh, give me a break. Seriously?
I will do my duty. At your beck and call.
Didn't have enough to get there, huh?
Darkness consumes me.
We are at a tactical disadvantage.
duty go hand in hand.
There we go. We got 3 guys left.
Another enemy down.
It will be done. What's your target?
You can't reach him, huh?
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Can't see him.
The enemies
we
of the
can see him
Emperor
there.
will be
Let's go.
undone. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Oh, so cover work for you there. Fantastic. What about you? Can you see him there? No.
Let's make some opportunities. I'll make it happen.
Still can't get line of sight on him. Even from there, I can't get line of sight. What kind of garbage is that?
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Probably just don't have enough range, that's why.
My ears are ringing.
Oh, come on. There we go.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith. This is unacceptable. I will not.
Taking calculated risk is in my second nature.
Chance to hit Abelard there.
High momentum.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Nope, can't hit him from there. Fantastic.
God, Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
There we go. Duration's permanent. Fantastic. Intelligence, precision, willpower. Crap. Oh well. Well, time to loot. See what goodies we get. Flak chest. I was gonna select all.
Welcome in, Commander.
Wormu, welcome in, Commander. How's it going? Oh, I'm loving the game so far. I played this through the beta and definitely been excited to finally play the whole entire game. But it's been going good so far. A couple of things that they need to fix, but I'm hoping we'll see that in the next update. Such as Abelard being like so far away from the rest of the party.
I always get the job done.
Such as the famous Calaxian sculptor and the chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent. The 23rd year of the Millennium Original. How are you doing today, anyways? Have you been playing this game yourself? Let's see what we got here. Yeah. The data crypts. We'll need
Always
those
keep
for
your eye on
later.
the prize.
Here's another one. And it'll tell us all the history about all the experimentation they've been doing. That there.
I always keep my options open.
This should be the third one, right? Yeah. Oh, that is such a hard choice. Baldur's Gate 3 is phenomenal. Let me see. I mean, between the value, it is really a hard choice because, like I said, I played this all throughout the beta. I got 300 hours into it, and that was going through all the different classes and going through several playthroughs, which ended roughly around, I want to say, the beginning of the 3rd chapter. Come on, George. Oh, it sounds like we got break ads coming up. Give me a second here. Let's see if... Nope, missed it. Now you're really gonna get upset with me, buddy. You're gonna get upset with me because I'm gonna get up and go use the restroom. All right, so while Twitch is on break, I am gonna be right back. I do need to use the restroom and grab myself a fresh drink. I'll be right back. Give me a spot more, George. There you go, buddy. All right, make yourself comfortable. Let's see, are we back from meds? I think so. Yeah, we're back. It's truly worth it. Haven't played this game yet, so I cannot say anything about this game, but I get being a 40Can fan. Got all the games from even the obscure one. Nanya. That I'm in denial about. So yeah, so my experience with the beta, with it only partially being completed, it took roughly each playthrough about 100 hours. And like I said, that spit me out, I want to say like the beginning of chapter 3. For the value to get the season pass, the game itself, plus whatever extras that you're willing to get, in my opinion, it is a OwlCat Games. It is worth it. As you can see, the level of detail that they put into this game is just phenomenal. So they put a lot of love into the art, into the design. I mean, to the point where you can even read some of this. The simple fact that it is a story about rogue traders in general, it is something that I've been wanting for a very, very, very long time. Whether it be a game, whether it was novels. I mean, for the most part, all you ever got was just a small teasing hint of what it was like to be a rogue trader or to deal with rogue traders throughout all the novels and the lore. Now you get to finally play it. If you're familiar with any of the other Pathfinder games, it plays the same with as it normally does with those.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Follows the same mechanics, despite character classes and whatever not. As far as character classes go, you're somewhat limited until you start branching out. Then you get a little bit more flavor and variety. But other than all of that, it is definitely worth the money, in my opinion. And yeah, I am thoroughly enjoying it. The mechanics is very fun, easy.
This is intriguing.
One of the things that I thoroughly am looking forward to is when you get into the space combat, it gives you a small taste of what Battlefield Gothic is like. And I am thoroughly happy that they included those mechanics into the game. So the ship-on-ship combat is fun. A little bit challenging, but still a lot of fun. Now, during the beta, I wish they had added a lot more of it into it for me to experience. So I'm kind of hoping that they did that in the full release. Haven't gotten there yet. We're actually to a point where we need to, that's worth keeping, repair our ship after the prologue. So these are the immediate quests after the prologue before you actually start your exploration trip through the Chronos Expanse.
Money to be made?
There's always money to be made. Always money to be made. Have you tried Inquisitor Martyr? No, I have not.
I always have a backup plan.
No, haven't tried it yet. What does that say? library is full of treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium, from Astra Militarum, tacticians to Aptidus Mechanicus Gentors. Is there anything else to loot? Alright, checked out the statue. It's a good game, very well done.
I always keep
I'll
my
have to check it out
options
then.
open.
Because I personally love Games Workshop games. I got both Battlefleet Gothic games. I have both Vermintides. And then my guilty pleasure is Mordheim. So I picked up Mordheim. And I think that's it for... Oh, then I got all the Total War Warhammers. And that's it for my collection so far. I would love to get my hands on some of the older Games Workshop games that they came out with back in the 90s. Just takes time and money. I got plenty of time, short on the money aspect. Are you looking forward to Space Marine 2? Oh my god. The trailer for that was just... All I could say, I was like rock hard when I saw that. I was just like, oh, it looks so good. Please bring it to PC. I know, right, Nanya? Dude! I am very tempted to do it the same thing, too. I missed out on the collector's edition for Space Marine. Hell, I even missed out on the vast majority of Space Marine. I had to buy it, the game used. But, let's see, it should be on Steam, right? Let's see. Space Marine 2. So that's going to be released September 9 of 2024. I know, right? It looks like they're adding in the Primus Marines. So let's see, where would you get the collectors? The game is plans to unlock in approximately 8 months. Check DMs. Nanya, what did you do? What did you do? Oh. You okay, buddy? You okay? You gonna cough a furball on me? Alright. What fuckery did you do, Nanya? Library, games, activated product. What did you give me? What did you give me? Oh! Thank you, Nanya! No talking to the crown jewels. I can't help. I mean, look at him. He's just such a big fluffmeister. Look at this sweet little guy. I know. Hi, George. I don't know if you can hear him, but he's like purring up a storm, too. Yeah. And he's covering my equipment all in his fur. It is multiplayer? Oh, none yet. I got so much I gotta play, though. I'm still making my way through the first playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. I'm doing this. And then I got ED. Man! So many games! But, yeah. Alright, Collector's Edition. How much is that gonna be worth? Pull this up. Where do I get that from? Pre-order collectors. How much do you want for that? Oh, of course I gotta enter in my birthday, huh? Respect your choices. No, I don't want personalized advertising. No. No, I don't want enhance. Reject them all. Say. Thank you. Go. Confirm. Oh, okay. So PC, Steam, PlayStation 5, Xbox. $250. That is not bad. And that statue just looks. Oh, that statue looks so good. So what all are we gonna get in? And we get the collector's box. We get the game. Interchangeable head, Lieutenant Titus, hand-painted resin statue, the art in the making of, official steelbook, yes, 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 the in-game stuff, you get the McCrag Chosen DLC, there's an Ultramarine-inspired skin set for the bolt gun, the chainsword, and the Terminitis pauldron. Tyranid gore, yes. Mind you, though, not enough gore all over his power armor, though. All right, I'm definitely gonna have to start streaming a hell of a lot more, so that way I could save up the money for this. I'm definitely getting it. I am definitely gonna be getting that. Oh, that looks so good. With Inquisitor Marty, you can have shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. Oh, that could be nasty. All the evil that you could be done with that. Oh, the evil.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Alright, so I think we scooped up everything. So now we gotta proceed on to this way. There we go. Open up that door. Actually, give me a second here. Options. Camera to follow character, screen edge scrolling, speed, general, highlight objects. We got it set on tab. I want to switch that. I just unbind to shift. I don't want shift plus. I don't want control plus. Caps lock? Fine, caps lock. There we go. Save changes.
Keep
Attention
your
to
wits
detail
about
is
you.
the key to success.
Oh, got a trap right in front of us.
The Emperor favors me today.
Quick save, because I love save scumming. I mean, if they're gonna give us a quick save, you might as well take advantage of it, right? And what's that?
Is there money to...
Spare me your wailing, witch. Every voice that sounds... The arch
Tell me
enemy.
what you're thinking. Right.
A soldier would have been disciplined for such a performance.
Just as I planned.
Can't stand space wolves. Oh, remember, you also only get 4 party members that you get to take with you, so you don't have to use him. When I got to him in the beta, I honestly could not stand him because he already comes with part of his class already set up, and they had set him up to be a close combat character, and I had no room for him as a close combat because Abelard handled that quite well. But he fucking sucked so bad. He was so fucking worthless. And by that point, my character levels were already maxed. I had no more levels to gain, and even putting all the skills into him, he sucked. So I'm hoping that with the release that they actually do something better with him. I'm constantly getting tech use. And my cat's fur is all in my face. Aramon and Magnus should have decimated them all. Well, they tried, but they were unsuccessful as far as the lore goes.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
So that's one door open.
I always have a backup plan.
There.
Duty prevails.
Take the goods from here. This is hollow bone finger charms. Loot to sell later. And use for reputation.
Let us not dawdle.
Did you hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you alright? We can't hear anything. Now I see. You're in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors! And welcome back from the ads. So yeah, Aramon and Magnus, if I remember the novel correctly, they tried. And then still failed. I know you're all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered, hey, who are you? tried to
I
shoot me, but I
always
shot
keep
him
my
first.
options open.
It's been so long since I've read, what was it? Fenris and Prospero Burns. Speaking of which, what am I using? Armor's 20%. I think it's the same thing as what I'm currently using, right? Yeah, the same thing I'm already using. What we got on you? You got the outcast. Sounds like really better. I can throw that on you. Plot armor, I say? Pretty much. And then the wolves descending on Prospero. That was really good writing, actually. Really, really good writing. But I still haven't finished all the Horus Heresy novels. I think I left off at around book 7 and then read a couple of disjointed books afterwards. Still got a lot of them to collect to complete the set. Did you play Chaos Gate? Jesus, make Grey Knights look like wimps. I know, right? Yeah, but if it wasn't for the Space Wolves, Aruman probably would have stayed loyal to the Emperor. And then Fabius Bile. What a great comment. I loved how they fleshed out his character. I really, really loved that. Okay, let's see. We've had that. We've had that. Does that include Rubric Space Marines? There was a great meme that was going around where I lied, I don't have Netflix. You're staying here for the next 8 hours. Edge highlighting Rubric Marines. It was great. Alright, so let's read this. A good major domo attempts to nurture only the finest of flowers in the garden that is their master's life. Therefore, new seeds for the garden must be weeded out with the utmost care so that the garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lessons below will help you separate the precious seeds from the vile thorns to cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. Lesson 1. A faithful servant always makes sure their mistress's rooms and garments are clean. Lesson 2. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. Lesson 3. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. Lesson 4. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it to their mistress. Lesson 5. A faithful servant will have mastered the art of styling their mistress's hair. The total time that 5 servants can spend on arranging their mistress's coiffure should not exceed 3 revolutions of the chronometer. Lesson 6. A faithful servant lives for their mistress and gladly gives their life for her as well. Lesson 7. A faithful servant... ... I know, I need to watch that myself. It actually looks really good. Although I still remember the Space Marine mini movie that they did, and then there was the fan fiction movie that Games Workshop unfortunately put a stop to. I wish they would have done more with that. I mean, just looking at what little work that he had released, it looked so damn good. It was so damn good. What was that? Was it Space Marine? No, it wasn't Space Marine. It was something along those lines, though. It's gonna drive me nuts. Wasn't Astartes, was it? No, I don't think so. Maybe it was Astartes. No, it was Astartes. And apparently it went official and they're making an Astartes 2. Or already have. This is March 11, 2021, so yeah. So I guess somehow he worked out and it got published, and I wasn't aware of that. Fantastic. I hate when that happens. I genuinely do. Tremendous honor, yes, but the promotion will transfer the entire squad to the child's personal guard. By the God Emperor, well, you are a strapping lad. You'll probably make it for a cycle or three. It has worn down better men than me. What even is the point if your brains turn to mush? I may rip out my eyes like Amos did. At best, I'll just go bonkers like that little shit stain that kept stealing our Hilo. Oh, what happened to that one? Threw himself out of a depressurized chamber because some voices told him to. Calm down. Keeper Felix said that the squad will not have to serve the child for long. Even if he gave us a little leeway. Unlike that fish-eyed. Be quiet. He might hear you. Well, you know what I mean. He almost busted our heads because someone forgot to check the catering unit. Alright, so that's that one. Down there, liquid blood. There we get our flesh sample. That's what I wanted to read right there. Info. It doesn't tell me anything. Okay. Theobald graciously agreed to provide samples of his skin growth so we could study the influence of the rebellious immaterium on the flesh of the Navis Nobelite. Just as we thought, navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the war. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against corruption and misery. But let us get back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamantine dust in black water. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised. I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after the reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. Adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the Macerator can handle its temper. So we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. Although data that related to the experiment were recorded to data crypt K04OH. I will will get back to them later once I'm done with the experiment H41. Okay. Have I mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless? Although the shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Alright, so we're going to need that for later. Go down there.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Is that the next one that we need? Alright, that goes there. What's up, George? Come on. You comfortable already?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
For some reason, the arch-enemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Suspicious. The fact that the person is still alive is evidenced only by barely audible groans. We are done for. They'll kill us all. I can't take it anymore. Ah! Ah! Where is the child? Is she safe? Movie. Had his tongue cut off, just like the rest of the lesser servants of House Orsilio. It hurt so much, the pain in my chest.
I always have a backup plan.
Exterminatus, the whole ship. Can't take any chances. But it's a space station.
I'll learn from this mistake.
Really? And every single one failed. Reload. Can't believe the main character failed at 63% chance. Am I questioning your commissar? No, not at all. We'll just bring the sister of battle in and she'll cleanse it with fire.
Failure is just a temporary setback.
Really? Really?
Well, thank you for your help. I think I've solved the problem.
Oh, I'm glad to help. So what was it overall?
Just settings. And, things, you know, I've been finding errors here and there, and I gotta do some more to make it simplified, but
So what are you doing? Just implementing a new bot or something?
no, I got what they call the beacon mixer,
Right.
and it's great when it works, but when it starts screwing up, you can really have issues, and then you got to sit there and figure out what you did wrong, because it's not that user-friendly at times.
Gotcha.
And what was happening, I found, like, it was working before, where if I muted
That's how it's done.
the specific channel that Discord was in, then the person who's talking privately,
Keep your wits about you.
they don't hear it. All
Ah.
of a sudden, I was finding that it wasn't working, and I couldn't figure out what the heck was going on, and back and forth. And then today, I was dicking around, and I really caused some problems. So,
Oops.
anyways, I think I've solved it, but I found other issues in my OSB, so I got to figure out how I can move, because part of it is OSB is got audio and this, but I don't know how things are going to work, so I have to do some more investigations later. But right now, I think I've got it working back to normal again.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Like I said, when this beacon works, it's nice.
Just
and
as
easy.
I planned.
Turn people things down, mute. So, You play the background music, it doesn't go on VOD, it will separate it.
Right.
So that you know,
So you don't have to mess with that nonsense.
yeah, which I did in like OBS does it. You can do it in a roundabout way. But when you're trying to mute people, it becomes, oh, it's just like if, for example, I have Wookiee and you or somebody in the background, I have to make sure, because sometimes I forget and then I don't mute that specific channel. You guys are in the background while I'm streaming. And somebody goes, does that Wookiee in the background or Dragon or?
It's like, yeah, guilty.
I always keep my options open.
Well, I'm glad that you're working out the beacon, and I might have to look into getting that someday. Meantime, I'll keep working with my Elgato software.
Yeah, I was gonna go and get the Go XLR, but it was more expensive. And then I bought the beacon the first time, but I bought the wrong one.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one where you got an extra couple channels. I thought you actually could create as many channels as you want, but you're limited. I'm hoping eventually they say, yeah, we're going to add it to the software so that like Discord is one. The browsers are, you know, I only get about 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think it is, yeah. Yeah, 6. Separate channels where you can put stuff in different channels and you can, you know, listen to you guys in the background. I can have my intros and stuff on another channel and then mute those when I'm done. And anyways.
Right. Yeah, because of the Elgato software, I can have as many as I want. Just when it gets up to that point, it just gets really hard to remember where everything is routed to. And it just adds so much more to your soundbar. Ugh. But alright, man. Well, like I said, I'm glad I was able to help you figure that out. Yeah, Nanya, you can share a link. You always have permission, I trust you. And then, I don't remember if Sister of Battle ever got corrupted or not. But then again, plenty of them potentially could. I know, ads are a bane. The Cockatator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches, and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and is in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the Cockatator. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers. The Cockatator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the loom oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the Cockatator systems.
Alright, well, good night. I gotta go meet Wookiee tomorrow, so...
Go meet him? Where are you gonna go meet him at?
We're having lunch tomorrow.
Oh, nice! What is he, in your neck of the woods?
Yes, he is.
Nice. Well, you're definitely gonna have fun with that. Wookiee is an amazing guy. Lots of fun to be around. So, alright, Metal. You have a good night.
Good night. Yep. Bye-bye.
Tell Wookiee I said hi. Absolutely. Alright, take it easy. There we go. Let's see. Request data on the station's navigators. Examine the log. Call Reclam Minus for help. Switch to the main chamber control. Request data on the station. There we go. Seems my subs was ended. Okay, after a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Philic Orsilio, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orsilio, location upper chamber, status alive. Calamiria Orsilio, location upper chamber, status deceased. Alexius Orsilio, location lower level, status deceased. Ramus Estevan Orsilio, location unknown, status deceased. The child, location upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds the permissible limit, status unknown error, attention, calming procedures advised, attention, upper chambers inaccessible, error, the control rod is not present, the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact the station keeper of the Navis Laboratorium custodian. Alright, examine the log. Like archive data stored on the Cockatator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox report. Yeah, Nanya, you can absolutely share a link. You know you always have permission to share links in my channel. The Vox recorder hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The tech crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Request back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting and the recording abruptly ends. Oh my god, this is fantastic. I heard Cornus on the Ashteen up. Get in that ass, Larry. Get in that ass. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. Yeah, read all of that. Oops. Damn it. I know, right? Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. That we do, Nanya. That we do. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. The rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. Following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Examine the recent entries of the incident log. Report X880. Originator classified. Data classified. Servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Report X886. Originator classified. Date classified. The negotiations with the Winterscale were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 minutes. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainer's resistance to the child's powers. Report X891. Originator classified. Data classified. Data expunged. Station's docking. The log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Oronto Orcelio. Date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Examine the security and life support logs. Some of the new 40k memes that are coming out. Someone's been doing comics of Slaanesh that were really cute. Oh, George. But they're really cute. And so far, the current one's about Slaaneshi demons trying to corrupt Primarch. Just so they've been very, very entertaining. Close that down. Back over here. There we go. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life and a singular repeating message streams down the vid screen. Warning. Damage in technical compartments A-12, B-3, D-8, and H-24 detected. Warning. Living quarters L-10, L-16, L-28 depressurized. Warning. Unable to access the station's docking system. Warning. Energy regulation system unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. Oh, we faced Tanishnich in this. We're gonna face them quite a bit. View the encrypted data. Something buzzes in the cogitator's metallic gut. Several red looms light up above the vid screen. Required access level, security captain or above. Current security access, senior security officer. And I got a 68% chance. Hopefully we do this in one go. Yes. Easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The cogitator overloaded processor whirl unhappily. Once the encrypted data has been wiped, you find trace of purge protocol recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands, having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness, now flits across the screen in a single creepy line. Child, delete, pick, flow, disable, access code, annul, station controls, delete, active shuttle, self-destruct, purge, command, log. Warmu, thank you for stopping by. You have a great rest. I will be streaming this again. So it'll be Wednesday night my time. So if you're in Europe, it'll probably be Thursday night your time, or Thursday morning. But I will be back on this again Wednesday night my time, which is Pacific Standard Time. But you sleep well. Thank you once again for hanging out and chatting with me. And hopefully you have a great rest of your night. And I will see you next time. Stay safe out there, Warmu. Which Chaos God is my go-to? Obviously, I gotta go with Khorne. I mean, Tanishnich is cool. Slaanesh is just kinky. But I mean, some of the things those Slaaneshi do, I couldn't live with that, but you know, blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Definitely do enjoy Khorne. Mindless berserkers, let's go. Not only that, but their demons are just some of the best looking. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems. But Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that? Return to the available commands. Switch to the main chamber controls, main elevator controls, step away. Call. System cannot carry out your command despite the compliance of the machine spirits. One thing is certain. The problem does not lie in the cogitator's mechanisms. So poser-like. Well, it's like, I mean, it's definitely a toss-up between Khorne and Slaanesh. I mean, I like how Slaanesh came into being. I like the fact that the new 40k lore kept to it. But it's interesting that the Eldar refer to Slaanesh as a her, while the followers of Slaanesh refer to him as a he. So, you know, you definitely got to go for that hermaphrodite personality. It just, the followers of Slaanesh, oh, hardcore. Oh yeah, they absolutely did retcon a lot of core. But, like I said, I'm glad that they kept Slaanesh's lore the same. Now, Slaanesh was at the beginning as well. Well, Slaanesh still came into being because of the Eldar. So, the Eldar is what brought Slaanesh into being. Or Aldari, this is what they call them now. But yeah, the Eldar are still responsible for Slaanesh. And Slaanesh still seeks to gobble up their souls. Right. So before, you still had Khorne, you still had Nurgle, Father Nurgle, and you still had Sneeznich, I believe. Now, really? Well, that still goes against the what lore I've already learned from this, which is the Eldari are what brought Slaanesh into existence. That is a really bad retcon if they did, because now it's just contradictory. Switch to the main chamber controls. The cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start to turn with heavy grinding and clacking. The tired machine sprints grant you access to the control, or at least its parts that still obey the cog container. Open all the doors on the level. Of the timeless warp. Yeah, no. Slaanesh was the youngest of the warp gods. And even then, it still should be considered the youngest, because the Eldar is what brought Slaanesh into being. Timeless warp. Give me a break. The Carcatator's vid screen goes dark as if the machine spirits had fled their mechanical casket, but your assumption is incorrect, as it fills the static. Just a few moments later, you can barely make out the inscription amid the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted, processing error is required. Takes a few minutes to gather all the data from the station's active systems. According to the report, this door has already been opened. Takes a few moments to gather the data from the station's active systems. According to the report, the door is already opened. According to the data, the compartment you're trying to open is depressurized. Protocol has been executed. The passage has been opened. Active system. According to the report, the door is already opened. What did that do? Oh, that's going to open up this door over here. Yep. All right. You're a firm believer that the Emperor is Mala? I'm not familiar with that. The vid screen blinks and the mechanism of the machine's port emit a quiet hum. Main elevator. Activate the elevator. Process query confirmed. Return the list of availables. Step away from the cogitator. You think the machine spirit and rest the operating protocol. Yeah, I'm not sure what
Always
Mala
keep
is.
your eye on the prize.
hierarchy of terror and anarchy. The renegade god, the lost god, the rejected god, and the fallen is a renegade.
Let us not dawdle.
Now, that could very well possibly be true. That's what this opened up. That's right. And this is grants bonus. Grants bonus WP lore warp. Okay. Bonus weapon. Grants +4. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Oh, what's going on here? Oh, what was that?
I always have a backup plan.
That was new. Oh, whoa. The statue's changed. Oh, look at that. Well, that's changed.
Keep your wits about you.
No, her statue's normal.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Right back over here, we were able to read an inscription on this one. And nope.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Alright, got some skill checks to do.
I won't let it define me.
So disrupted this experiment in the most brutal fashion. Oh, I failed that. Let's try that again.
I always get the job done.
There we go. Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance.
I always keep my options open.
There we go. This is talisman to change into the ways. What is that? Heretic trophies. Jewelry cargo. Okay. Blood trail, there's the body. I don't remember if we could get into there or not. I don't think we could. Nope. And And then flesh sample. Yep, they need that.
I always have a backup plan.
Caustic stench of region sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory or find something. Here's the last one of those that we need. So which characters are playable? They got some pre-generated characters. Let me show you. Save. So you got a choice to create your own character, or go with some pre-mates that they have here. So you have Hecata, which is a soldier archetype, Darius, which is an operative, and Bahardor, who's a warrior. So let's see, he's got Death World, he's a commissar with illustrious glory. And I actually had a lot of fun as a commissar background. So the two favorite backgrounds that I did was a nobleman and commissar. And then Grim Portents. Yeah, I wouldn't go with that one. Anything that reduces your awareness sucks. And then Darius is a crime lord. Crime lords are fun, but I didn't really enjoy them too much. With a Death World background, Hecata, Astra Militarum commander with military traditions. For a starting character, she was actually really good choice. Really, really good. And then the Brand of Shame, which is -5 to coercion, which is definitely one of the ones I'd rather choose. That's -5 to carouse. But yeah, and then you would go to custom, create your own. You choose a portrait. You can even change their appearance. Only choice between 3 bodies: super skinny, chubby, or athletically built. And then, of course, change your skin tone. Choose your hair. Yeah, 3 pre-mades in custom for now. I'm sure they'll add more later. Yep. There you go, buddy. Oh, I'm covered. So covered in cat hair. And then this is fun, getting to add tattoos and whatnot. And then you got your augmentations. Some of them are kind of pointless if you have hair. And then you can get yourself service studs. So they had quite a bit of little customization. And then this is the character creation right here. So you choose what type of world that you come from. And they all have different types of specialties. and then you choose what your character's career was. A lot of customization as far as that goes. So with this customization alone, it definitely adds a lot to the characters that you can create. So you could be a priest, an officer, noble, which is what I went with, sanctioned psyker, here's a crime lord, commissar, and then your Astra Militarum commander. And then you get to choose a good trait, and then you're forced to choose a bad trait. And then from here is where you choose what your class is. And it'll tell you what your next archetype is. So warriors can get access to assassin, vanguard, or arch militant. Officer is vanguard, master tactician, or grand strategist. Operative is assassin, bounty hunter, or grand strategist. Soldier, bounty hunter, master tactician, and arch militant. So there is a lot of different customization for how you want to build a character, which in that regard adds a little bit more replayability. In all honesty, like, you go through the 4 different classes, this really doesn't amount to much of anything. It just depends on what access you get to what skills and traits and features. So what is going to make the biggest important in your classes is this. So a lot of the dialogue options will depend on your background. So they'll depend more on the background as opposed to what your actual class is. So So I would say the replayability is about 7 playthroughs. That's, like I said, by going off of what your character's background class is. Because those do add different dialogues. They add different events that can potentially happen as well. Now, during the beta, we only really had access to a few of the classes. One of them wasn't even completed by the time the beta came out. They had unlocked it in the alpha, and it was just between being broken as in overpowered to being completely broken as in it broke the game. So when it came to the beta, they had completely closed off the class and weren't even ready for it. So in the beta, we only had access to 3 functioning background classes. And like I said, I went through all the different combinations that I could. And at the time, like, the strongest class was considered a marksman, which is what the soldier is now. And the marksman was just so overpowered. I really enjoyed it. Commander OP!
Welcome in, Commander.
Welcome in, Commander. How are you doing?
Chicken at all.
Hopefully you're able to get some sleep.
Chicken at all. Chicken at all. Chicken at all. Chicken at all.
close that. Now here comes a problem. Just trying to remember.
Keep your wits about you.
Loot the goods first. What do we got here? Adamantine, okay. More goods. Ah, right there. Read this real quick. I'm doing pretty good. Just playing some more of this. Right now we're in the process of trying to get our navigated for our ship so that way we can do some warp jumps later. Experimental section, the child's influence on the psycho-emotional state of various representatives of the Imperium. Level access, Arcelio T Prime. Experiment H4545-1, subgroup low-born male. Test subjects exhibit signs of acute stress. The majority perish of blood loss within a day of being placed in the laboratory chamber due to inability to halt the subsequent replacement of these secretions with the connective tissue of its internal environment. The individuals with the greatest resistance to the sacred child's resonance died several chronoturns later. Extensive wounds in the abdomen, presumably inflicted by a jagged piece of metal. Death was caused by strangulation with the subject's own intestines. The subject's final shouts exhibited concerns over abdominal tentacles and void worms, hallucinations prescribed to their own internal organs. Bit of a rough night, but doing good. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Just couldn't get proper sleep, huh? Subgroup low-born female. Test subject died within an hour of entering the laboratory adjacent to the child's chambers. Most had their tongues bitten off and their jaws badly dislocated. Some test subjects lacked the physical strength to separate it from the rest of the skull. Cause of death, severe head injuries caused by impacting the wall or the floor. I'm sorry to hear that, man. I know those plague you just something fierce. Experiment H4545-3. Subgroup, a paralyzed patient who lost the ability to speak due to the shock caused by a manufacturing accident. Male. Test subject noted a tingling sensation in the deteriorated tissue. During Regent Aranto Orcelio's visit to the child, the test subject smiled and started humming, and most likely trying to carry some plebeian tune, and then attempted to address the servant who brought him food. Lengthy conversation was prohibitive due to the servant's lack of a tongue. Experiment H4545-4, subgroup. Effective offspring of Lord P. Orcelio pronounced unfit for studying the high art of navigation, owing to the mutation of tissue required for installation of the obligatory augmentations that merge one's consciousness with the vessel. Additionally, they display an overall feebleness of mind, female. The test subject mirrored the child's actions for 3 days. On the 4th day, the child became upset after hearing the news about the untimely demise of Amos Cantarelli, an officer of her personal guard. As a result, one of the test subjects peeled away several layers of tissue from her face and died from the resulting massive heart attack. The last surviving test subject was executed for attempting to contact the child. So brutal. So brutal. All these experimentations. Some more, the last bit of lore. More and more servants are being influenced by the Immaterium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tantrums. We discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale Dynasty. I strongly recommend finally grinding the region to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances, trust me. You will not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls for something more basic. Oh, And one more thing. Tech Priest plus data crypt H41OK for calculated number of chrono turns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while waiting for the reaction to start. The data crypt H40KO manufactured over the course of our research should remind the technomats to deliver the sacred mechanism to Mago's Docitus capable hands. Alright. Now, time to talk to the Medicaid. They all just lost their minds. Please, don't kill me. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
So we gotta make the control rod. Alright. Next, gotta do a couple of things here. Meteorite chunk.
What do we have here?
And then that went over here, right? Is it still in here in the goods? Ah, yes. There we go. And then we need event time. And then, the crystal. The recipes. So we got the flesh, mutated flesh sample, and navigator flesh sample. Okay. Adamantine black water. This was the worst idea I could have entertained. How's it going, Jack B? Do I collaborate? I do collaborate with a couple of other streamers that I trust and have developed friendships with, such as Commander Orange Phoenix and Nenya Business, who are currently sitting in my Twitch chat right now and hanging out with me. Let's see, that's the black planet, that's an adamantine dust, unidentified acid, meteorite dust, biogel, crystal dust, flush sample. So we don't want to do that. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, mutated flesh sample. So that would be like black water, adamantine dust, and flesh sample. I mentioned the chunk of meteorite I found, and the I think I'm going to do exactly that. Okay, that's all of that. And this one. Alright, so no, that's not one of the ones we need to read. Oh yeah, that's right. And we got to add those as well. Info. Data crypt H40KO malfunction. Over the course of our research, I should remind the technomons to deliver synchronisms. Okay. One more thing. The tech priest blessed the data crypt H410K for a calculated number of chrono turns, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device. We discovered that discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased. Mutated flesh, crystal dust. Okay, yeah. A strong woman, finally grinding the reagent. Causes the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. So that would be the biogel. This calls for something more basic, which is, yeah, the biogel. Oh, and one more thing. The tech grease plus the data crypt. H41, okay, for the... Okay, so I think it's like one. That's one combination, right? First sample, that. Data crypt. KO4 of H. Malfunction over the course of our research, I should remind. This one for this group. I think. Just tell me nope. Rough bloody sketch, a crumpled sheet of paper with a drawing of a tall woman and dark-eyed monster painted with fresh blood. I know, right? I do need to add a hydrate. You're not the first person to tell me that, too. Okay. Alright, so that's the data crib, tissue flask, catalyst flask, region flask. So, I'm trying to remember. I believe we want to go this one. Data core, which is that. Catalyst flask. I believe that shouldn't cause it to blow up, right? Turn on the device. Nope. That's the wrong one. Oops. Thought that was the one that you had to do first. Good thing I saved before we did that. All right. So we go this route first. We got that one. That one. There we go.
What's a peculiar thing?
Go, and then deck. Get our next set of potions.
This could be an opportunity.
Now we blow the machine up. And kaboom. And then I don't think there's anything left in here. Got the Medicaid, but they don't say anything.
Always
There.
keep your eye
Time
on
to
the
progress.
price.
Yeah, because there's nothing else left to explore. Can't get in there. And then we explored this room fully. Oh, that's still really interesting how the statues change like that. That's neat. Didn't do that in the beta. Alright, we read all of that. And let's double check. Lady Navigator Station looks pristine now. Okay. And now we gotta level up. See, the leveling up in this game is rather quick. See, so we go up to level 36 now. Trait. So we're at 50 in our ballistic skill, so we want to go up to 55. And then we choose an ability, controlled shot. Concentrated fire. The next range area attack made by soldier deals 50. Additional BS dodge reduction. Follow random trajectories. Yeah, they say that, but plus 10 times BS bonus percent damage as an additional plus 10 plus 2 times BS bonus percent dodge reduction. So I think we're gonna go with that, right? We're gonna go with that. And then Abelard, let's see, what fun stuff are we gonna get for you? So we got Reckless Strike. Reckless Strike was fantastic. Let's see if it's still the same. The warrior's next melee attack gains 5 times strength bonus, armor penetration, and 2 times strength bonus damage, and ignores 3 times weapon skill bonus percent of the target's parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Okay. So they added that part. And Medicaid, demolition, coercion, athletics, carouse. So your carouse is at 45 currently. Demolition's at 40. Where's your Medicaid at? Medicaid's at 30. Get your demolition up. Alright, there we go. And then for you, fresh target. Exploit on an enemy, the object gains +1 damage, +2% to the end of combat stacks. See, that's what I need is the sharpshooter. Let's see, what level is she? She's 5 going on 6. So, I mean, I'm not really going to be using her in this playthrough. I'm not fond of her in combat. Target of any particular for the first time. The enemy suffers a -5 penalty to intelligence and perception, and the psychic intelligence and perception increased by 2. Generally.
Welcome in, Commander.
There we go.
Commander.
Ocker,
Yeah,
welcome in,
let's go.
Commander. How you doing this morning, buddy?
There's the weasel. What? Oh, screw it. 2 on 2 1. We'll go with the normal to start with. Our original.
Willpower. What is your willpower?
Nice name.
45. Go with the willpower. And you're done. Yes. Well, then you get rapid fire. So how's it going, Ocker? What are you up to?
Outcome I accept.
So now we're gonna have
Let
a
us not
dialogue. Yep, going through what is it? 7.01 patch. Philip Orsilio looks a little bit better. His tangled hair is now neatly braided. His wounds are tightly bandaged, and there is some healthy color under the scales of his cheeks. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Dara suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. Crossroads. There are 2 paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy they fall at the slightest touch. One hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me more, what paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like most. Who is who? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak. The naughty little things. They say that tearing off the mask is your concern. Thank you for everything. Now it's clear. Dara nods tiredly and glances at Philip out of the corner of her eye. The station has enough problems without your sorcery psyker. Philip waves Dara off and looks at you expectantly. I have many questions regarding what happened on the station. You think they're worth the life of my mistress? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? Click. There we go. You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what the station servants call Lady Cassia. For the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. The madmen I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. Philip gives an indifferent shrug. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dare to raise their hand against the scions of the noble bloodline? The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems. Too many things require special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you are aware, there were 2 keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orsilio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Uric 5 of our noble line. I listened to the recording of the private conversation between the station officers. You are very lenient toward them, purposefully neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true. And in the end, I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. The Keeper spits out the last few words with particular bitterness. I saw the security captain's report. Only the Keepers have access to the station systems. But Theobald stayed at his side. Theobald stayed at her side the entire time and could not have initiated self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed. Or maybe after, or... Felix's stern face twisted in disgust. You dare suspect me of what happened. The one who is going out of his way to preserve what little there is still left are the God Emperor. You will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. Enough, I will not trust you as far as I could throw you. Enough lies, Felix. I am certain you are the one behind this coup. Felix nods wearily. I suppose it's time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you've got me. But did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms as an ally, to Siphion and her monster? A cursed child who has tormented the navigators of House Orsilio for years? Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen. What are you babbling about? I know nothing of this Siphion or monsters of any kind. You could not be more wrong, but the idea of destroying your house becomes more appealing with every word you say. I feel like you're obviously quite mistaken. I came here to get myself a navigator, nothing more. You do not? Philip hesitates for quite a while. In that case, accept my sincere apology. For the deception in my earlier behavior, I had no intention of making an enemy of Von Valicius Herod, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Orsilio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of a merciless tyrant. But it is not her relation to Siphion that is terrifying. She is a monster whose power drives servants insane in mere turns. A cursed child who can kill a navigator from Orsilio bloodline with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me, and at long last I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth. And then our choices are all navigators, abominable mutants, and monsters, so what? Perhaps you are ingratiating yourself to me, hoping I will let down my guard. It must have been terrible to live under a monster's yoke for so many years. I shall help to destroy it. This monster's death will convince you to finally leave the station. I will kill her. You cursed child agrees to become my navigator. I will gladly rid you of this burden. Seems like yet another lie. Tell me, do you ever speak the truth? If your cursed child agrees to become my navigator, I will gladly rid you of this burden. You do not understand. This is... Felix stops mid-sentence, makes a brief pause, and then nods to himself. You are correct. This may work. It certainly is possible. You are going to need this charm. Philip hands you a precious stone without setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch no matter how long you hold it in your hand. If you manage to press it against the monster's skin, whether by force or by guile, the baleful influence of her powers will recede. You will be able to take her and leave the station. Alright. Up to the next floor.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Rid of the Monster 18. Welcome in, Commander. How are you doing? Welcome to the channel. Everybody's sobbing. A pale figure with unnatural long limbs stands with her arms raised, her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her disheveled hair, twitch nervously at your approach. Only now do you notice the third eye of the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jeweled ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As the otherworldly creature gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of the past warped nightmare re-emerge from the shadows of your memory and paralyze your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crushing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings ever belong to you? Dora emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, 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 ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one's barging into my head. Somebody stop her. Here, see. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head, and her white hair veils her face. Alright. We haven't made it that far. What's our position chance here? 95% chance. And 90. Winger, stop your sorcery now. Attack. Wow, resistance. Continue to rid the room of this heresy. Abelard is this. Abelard is this. Lady Cassia, I presume. Essential stares in the Lady Navigator's direction. With a faraway look, then turns sharply away and awkwardly wipes at his eyes. So how are you doing this fine morning, Rev the Monster? Hopefully you're having a good time. Thank you so much for stopping by on Rumble and checking me out. As you can see, we're playing through OwlCat Games' newest game, Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, and I'm currently in the process of collecting up my navigator. Alright, Lady Cassia, I'm here to help you. Please calm yourself. By the Emperor, if you do not stop your sorcery immediately, I will shoot you in the head. We got the best chance with this one. Persuasion test succeeded. She weirdly shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and a howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Is someone calling my name? Are all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you? And these are my choices. Announce myself. I am looking for a navigator to join my crew. You look like you'll do. No matter little, you profane creature, you will die regardless. Currently remain silent. You, girl, may address me as your lordship. That's my noble. Lady settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Johann Draken. I did not expect to make such a gracious acquaintance at such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. Theobald Orselio, the heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby, erupts into low sobs, his eyes swollen from crying. Dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia. Where are you, sacred child? Grown preserved. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You! The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging, milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decayed husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you. One wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places his hand on his weapon. In the name of House Von Valencia, I sent you and this monster to death. Commerce. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the navigator's aid. At present, I'm trying to determine what is happening on Europe 5. So 95% chance to succeed there. And a 90 there. Try the commerce. There we go. Succeeded. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station, or like scoundrels in Felix service. So who are you? It does not matter what my name is. Introduce myself. Abelard, introduce us. To you, old man, I'm your lordship, rogue trader. Johann Draken Van Valencia's rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always makes an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful. And so House Orsilio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of the house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? You look frightening. What service do you ask of me? I want to know what happened between you and Philip. Leopold frowns. Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orsilio. And they call me dangerous with my witchcraft. Adara mutters under her breath. I want to know what happened between you and Philek. Philek is my wayward student. He came to Iraq 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in the power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss to prevent the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our navigators, Tisiphone, or Celio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novator's throne. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of the noble house. Theobald speaks these words softly, looking at the unconscious young woman with reverence. How could you lose control of your own station? Felix said that the child is a monster, a legacy, a tyranny that must be wiped out. It's a true monster. Let's do it with him together. Felix said that the child is a monster, a legacy, a tyranny that must be wiped out. And you believed him? After everything he has done to the station, Felix only wishes to dispose of the heir and take the reins in his blood-stained hands. Do not besmirch Lady Cassia's good name. The child is the holiest and most innocent creature of this entire station. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not trust my errors, or do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age, and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even the closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched ideal of a bright future. What service do you ask of me? Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have the long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood briskly away with his sleeve. He glimpses strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aranto, acting head of House Orsilio in the Corona's expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got some reservations about this girl. Argentina looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You are talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Philip inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne, slowly enough to see the child is taken care of. You need help. There is a Medicaid deck on my ship. But Theobald only shakes his head. No, I am the keeper of Europe 5, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. I believe I've made my decision. Philip is a true monster. Theobald, is that so? Please share your thoughts. So, our choices, chat. Philip is a true monster. Let's do away with him together. Last thing I need is a monster on my ship. Cassia shall remain here, and you shall serve as my navigator on my vessel while you still live. I should bring Cassia to Philip as I promised. No. I like that. I don't like the Philip guy. Theobald dips his head in favor of the proposition. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Arcelius' hair will help us destroy our enemies and shield us from Philip's navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle. Alrighty. Now it's time to loot. Lady Cassius, Defender. What do we got over here? Anything valiant?
I always keep my options open.
Let's see, what does he say? Child's safety is the paramount glory to House Arcelio. It hurts so much, the pain in my chest. Where's the child? Is she safe? Lag.
I always have a backup plan.
No?
Is there money to be made?
There. Okay. The luxurious feast was left untouched.
Let us not dawdle.
Get in there. Thank you. Leading navigators, private libraries bring with essays, novels, and personal accounts from trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium. This one there was a little
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Gather up and take with us. While no one appears to be living in the cage, somebody still filled the trough with dry fruit. While no one appears to be living in the cage, somebody still filled the trough with dry fruit and fresh water. It is as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. Timid uncertainty lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes. Oh, the morbid mind of the navigators.
I always keep my options open.
Let's see if we can talk to Theobald.
Did I mention that my whispers tell me jokes? Jokes that once said aloud make your eyes bleed and blood curdle.
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
Well, this may be an alliance of convenience. We shall follow you. Servant. Cassia, unconscious.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Pretty much it. I got fatigue. Colored visions. Roll around feels less vivid. Precision, willpower, and dodge are reduced by 10. Where did I get that from? Old injury. Can be healed with a med kit, but it requires passing a Medicaid skill test to succeed. Too many injuries to resolve and cause traumas. So everyone's dealing with the discolored visions. He's dealing with fatigue. So I need to use the Medicaid, huh? Alright.
What advice do you
seek? Over here.
Miscalculations
Me,
are for
over here.
commoners. I don't make mistakes.
I'm at your service.
Fix it real quick.
This wound will make a fine scar.
I owe you a debt.
Let's patch you up.
I won't forget this.
This wound will make a fine scar.
I owe you a debt.
Alright, so I took 3 medkits. It's too expensive as far as resources are concerned. Try it again. So how's everyone doing this fine morning? Hopefully you're all having a good time. Thank you so much for hanging out with me as we go through Rogue Trader together. Hopefully you're all enjoying the show. Those of you on YouTube and those of you on Rumble, once again, welcome in everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out. All right. So now we're gonna try to do the med kit again.
Let's patch you up.
I won't forget this.
Test fail.
Let me help.
I owe you a debt.
Do we have any more med kits? No, we do not. Oh, what's this? Glowing stone. Rough precious stone like in setting. It's always cool to the touch. That's what we got from that guy. There we go. Alright, so perception, willpower, and dodge are reduced by -10. Each stat grants -10 penalty to any strength, toughness, and agility tests. And -1 movement. And then you're dealing with that. Is there any way to rest? Inventory, weapon sets, character. Nope. All right, down we go. About time we repaid those who betrayed our house. Come. Rogue Trader, you treasonous worm. I knew I should have killed you. That is enough, boy. You betrayed the child, our house, and Tisfinian herself. Surrender! I am the savior of our house, and I'm prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
Death to his enemies!
So we got 4 baddies over here. Bodyguard. They're all bodyguards. And then we got what? 2, 3 over here. Then we have him. Send Abelard that way. Me. Dara. Anything out there?
Will do. On it.
There we go. A couple of buffs on that. So they're both still alive.
Who, if not me? Your end was inevitable. On it.
Run and gun. Run and gun is such a good skill in this game. Even despite them nerfing it, it's still really good.
I'll see to it personally.
Ah, I missed. Dang.
It's as good as done.
There we go. Oh, nice. Thank you.
Victory is imminent. At your back and forth.
Oh, left him just barely alive, dang it. He's like hanging on by a thread.
From the ashes, I will rise.
Does she not have armor? She's got a mesh chest plate.
I'll do it. Rejoice in battle!
Not enough to kill him, huh?
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Ah, come on. Dang. Killed your own ally. That's garbage.
There is movement in the Empyrean. I'm not so sure.
Where is it? Under efficient cover, huh? Dang.
Was that you? Or
And I'll come back and bite me in the ass, so...
but of course, what an unfortunate
There we
turn
go.
of fate.
Full warning.
That is not my destiny.
There we go.
I'll see to it personally. Another enemy down.
Range attack made by the self deals 90%. There we go. Oh, that Medicaid's definitely nice. Oh, he's just right out of range.
My place is at the fore. I will do my duty.
Ooh.
At your beck and call.
It's actually a nice auto pistol.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
Yeah, Imperial Guard doing the Imperial Guard thing. Missing 90% of their shots. Hey! Well, he killed that one and shot an ally in the back. Work Curse Unleashed.
Cold embrace.
For Argenta.
Such is their will. I know what is to come. Anything else?
Who, if not me? You never stood a chance.
There we go. Theobald Orsilio.
Child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
Oh, so now they finally give him some voice lines. Theobald calls up bluish blood. The armor plate on his chest is perforated in a few places, and there is a tingle of metal in Veskra where his abdomen ought to be. When the navigator's pale eyes find Cassia, he quietly rasps.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
Cassia looks at the navigator's body in bewilderment, and you are overwhelmed with an inexplicable sense of loneliness and grief.
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Abelard salutes the fallen man.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Darla briskly wipes away her tears with pointed determination. I regret that we had to meet under circumstances. Enough tears, you are coming with me. Now, forgive the urgency, but we should leave the station immediately. The systems are unstable and may fail at any moment.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Cassia looks sorrowfully at the destruction around her. Sorry, sweetheart, but that ain't happening.
What are you going to do to me?
If you wish to leave the station alive, you must first sign a contract. You will undertake to serve as my navigator until I release you from that obligation. Lady Cassia I. Johann Drakenrun, Valicia's rogue trader of the Imperium of Man, offer you my protection and grant you shelter aboard my vessel. Let us aid one another, become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orsilia at the earliest opportunity. We'll go with number 2. That sounds nobly.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Yurak 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
You can secure new servants once we're out of here. All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship. I will provide you with every necessary, and naturally this includes servants. The Lady Navigator ponders your words for a short while.
As a Lady Navigator of House Orselio, I accept your gracious offer of protection. Please, take me to your vessel. I can no longer bear the pain of this place.
Alrighty. Time to loot.
I always have a backup plan.
Let's see, so what do they had? Shotguns. Toby pattern lasgun. 68 damage with no armor penetration. Rate of fire is 4, recoil is 10. Alright, yeah, we'll take that. Let's see, what is this? A lasgun? That gets thrown into there. Is this another? That's a well-maintained lasgun. We'll hold on to that. Scrappy pistol. Throw that away. That's a ripper pistol, right? Yeah. I'll take one shotgun. And the rest of that can go. Where are they?
Let us not dawdle.
What do we got here? Curapace chest plate and armored body glove. No, you go back here. And then we have Deadshot stub revolver. Gun. Staff of House Orsilio. Castigating 5. Enemies targeted by the Navigator powers gain a -5 penalty to all their characteristics until the end of the Navigator's next turn. This penalty stacks and is renewed every time the same enemy becomes the target of the Navigator's power. Ooh. Then we got here tactical goggles. Yes. Oh, the tactical goggles were nice. And then operator gloves, wearer gains +3 detect. Every time the wearer deals damage with the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by 5 for 2 rounds, stacks up to 3 times. Thrice Pioneer's bracers, the armored body glove, an auto gun, staff of Orsilia Guardian. That's the same thing as this, right? No, that's a staff. That's infusing 5. Allies targeted by the Navigator's powers gains +5 bonus to all their characteristics until the end of the Navigator's next turn. Ah. Now that's actually rather nice. We got the remaining bodies over here.
Keep your wits about you.
And that's about it for this location. Because we don't need to go digging in there anymore.
I guide humanity between the stars.
Then we can her up. So we're picking her up at level 4. So what did they give her prior? Persuasion, okay. Bring it down. Yeah, okay. Finest hour, and the officer grants an ally an extra turn with full AP MP. During the extra turn, there is no attack limit. Ooh. They upped that one. Inspire courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, that ally gains a WP bonus, temporary wounds. Okay. So what do we need to focus with her? Just tell me fellowship or willpower. And then we got toughness, weapon skill, ballistic perception. What's her perception at? It's 55. Willpower is at 55. Intelligence is 30. Awareness is at 60. So that's the greatest weapon or ballistic skill. Look at the class-specific skills. Guide of Souls. The Navigator starts all turns, including extra turns, with 3 additional movement points. That's actually pretty nice. The first ally targeted each turn by the Navigator with a single target ability gains the same amount of additional movement points at the start of their next turn. That are targeted by the Navigator's power game plus 10% armor. It's reduced. Okay. A natural allure. Character's ability to interact with other creatures, deceive, charm, or befriend. My fellowship will help the character find a way to unsociable servants who accuracy make deals with treacherous merchants. So it also affects persuasion, coercion, and commerce. Gotcha. And damn the Sea of Souls. Stairs suffers additional bonus damage from all attacks of opportunity. Cannot dodge. Threads and faults. Perilous ways. Enemies moved by the Navigator's ability suffer weapon point bonus damage at the end of the movement. No. Strange vitality. Wounds at the beginning of every turn. It gains plus 1 additional wound for every Navigator talented. The healing increases by 1 for every creature killed in between the Navigator's turns. That's just for the Navigator herself, though. It's reduced by 1. It's higher than their agility, their dodge is calculated using perception instead. That's not bad. Open the warp. Mind over matter. Mastery of time. And whenever the creature in combat gains an extra turn, the Navigator gains a stacking plus 5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. Considity. I am Oblivion. see anything that really stood out as being good. To warp effects caused by enemies, vacuum powers, negative powers, and combat. And the Navigator heals MVP bonus wounds at the beginning of every turn and gains +1 additional wound for every Navigator talent taken. The healing increases by +1 for every creature killed in between the Navigator's turns. See that? So I was hoping I could find one where it would heal your allies, but I guess the Inquisitor is the only one that has that ability. So they didn't give her the ability to heal. Shame. Shame, 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 shame. So she's still going to need to rely on Medicaid kits. What's her Medicaid? 30. Gains an extra. Whenever a creature in combat gains an extra turn, the Navigator gains a step +5 willpower to it. Might never matter. With a willpower, if it is higher than the base characteristic of the test. Up into the warp. Pass unscathed. And then what is this? Another chose talent. Be vigilant. Allies under the effect of the option gain a bonus to their weapon skill equal to 3 plus officers. Flagship bonus. This is one of the perception and listening skills. Spell bonus. Commanding voice. The range of the officer's ability is increased by 3. The range of voice of command is increased by 6. Okay. None of that really seems appealing, but up to here. What is this? Features, favorites, and support. Wounds equal to 10%, focus. There we go. And then we're going to go with Fellowship. And done. Alright, now she's all caught up. And then back to the ship we go. And then, what are we gonna do now? Well, I think we're gonna actually call it there after we get done with whatever's on the bridge. There we go. Master, prodigious Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual. But as the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths come short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vidish is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of the sudden wave of unease. Without even looking at the Vox Master, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. Such a pushy princess. Such a pushy princess. Cassia suits her pensive gaze over Vidish, then lowers her lashes slightly and turns to you. What do you wish to speak about? Tell me more about the ritual entails. First, you will do your duty as navigator. All of the conversation can wait. Do not wish to speak to you. Go to the Sanctum Novus now. What do you wish to speak about? After a few seconds hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped. But you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that, I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet, Ubi. served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys, through the immaterium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders. I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis. And to perform the sacred rite, I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board. But no red. Yeah, she's an interesting character. So how she ends up trying to navigate the ships through the warp is she paints, which is actually really neat. It's a nice little quirk. Why are you asking for these things? Now is not the time to indulge in painting. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. Why do you refuse red paint? I shall ensure that every necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. I am not going to waste time satisfying these winds. Perform the ritual immediately. Tell me more what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orsilia ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of an errant thoughts, and then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions and mirages and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, or beyond, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread, so fine it can slip from one grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something, but you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orsilia will never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? Cassia gestures towards the servant standing beside her. Youve will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. Why are you asking these? Now is not the time to indulge in paint. You are asking questions, the answers to which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain it all to you at a later time. But now our time is too precious to waste. As a navigator of House Orsilia, I give you my word that without canvas and paint, we have little hope of a smooth journey through the warp. I have no reason to lie. So then we shall ensure that she has all the supplies necessary. Cassia nods and thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me. You can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it opens. When it opened. Shouldn't it be when it opens? And what's next? Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. So that's one of 3 missions achieved. The Vox caster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the serration of clothes, pious chanting, and metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of the Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating communion ritual. Oh, we didn't get to see this in the beta. Come here, you. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard. The low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go. Footsteps hurry away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean. Would you hurry up? Come on, hurry up. Lay down. Aye, George. You and your big fluffy tail. Yeah. Come on. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails. An umber shadow spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. Storm rising above foaming waters. Armadas drowning in the fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother. And the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit. Of her? No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. Voxmaster Vigus. Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. I object apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I have never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored now. It will not happen again. Voxmaster, see to it that you receive 5 lashes for this show of clumsiness. What is happening to Cassia? Cassia, you're right in there. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants of the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking, wild beasts, moaning in pain, their throats raw from the strain, and then sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's right, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual. What is left of them. Rogue trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush. It only draws me onward. The way is blocked. Here, heavy exhale, rustling of fabric, metallic clicking. An Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Her vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely, even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station. You're 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Reichland system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representative of the Navis Nobilite brought us precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technology components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. I will not stoop to pillaging abandon the station we are leaving. Are there any components that might be in use of the ship? As you command, with your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an engineer. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by experienced tech priests. We are also missing some crew. And much more importantly, we have not yet located Hendrix von Kellogg's, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now, we know for sure he was not on Eric 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans. Why is it always business with you? Sometimes visit and tell me wonderful. Certainly, Lord Captain, if you are interested, this week passed with a record low rate of minor disturbances on the lower decks. Senior Technomat from Shift 8 came up with a new formula for lubricant used in kitchen servitor and plant maintenance. quartermaster of the storage compartment 11 reported recently that we are spending ceremony and decorations at least 20% slower than expected, which means we have enough tablecloth, carpets, lamps to last us 15 years of grand receptions instead of 10. Even considering that some of the stock was burned during the cultist attack on the vessel. Thank you, that is all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Alright, let's see, what did we all obtain? Did we get anything here? Nope. Let's see, we got 420 scrap. So, first thing we do... Lance weapon. Do I collaborate? Collaborate with what? That's the second time that you ended up asking me, Jack. What are you wanting to collaborate with? Dorsal. Stealing 21 per shot. Okay. Fire 2 shots, stealing 14 per shot. Okay. Yep. I'm going to call it there. Our next stop, the next time we pick this up, is going to be to the prison. That's going to be a fun trip. So, once again, everyone. Oh, what do we got here? Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Well, that was a little unexpected. Am I going to be able to say before we do this, or are we just straight into dialogue again? Straight to dialogue, great. Okay, well, we gotta go through this. This is all new for me.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
The Lady Navigator is engrossed in pursuing the dusty tunnels, which appear to have been neglected by the other officers. It has neglected by the other officers, be it because of sloth or dullness of mind. When you walk closer, Cassia looks up at you, starts and hides a withered book behind her back. Alright. Pleases to see you're just into life on board the ship. Alas, the title alone is not enough to hold everyone's attention all of the time. Point at the book in Cassia's hands. And see you're fond of reading. What do you think you are doing here? I did not give you permission to leave the bridge. Let's go with point at the book.
This. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing.
Cassia carefully shows you the book, which turns out to be a collection of works by the Akkadian naval commander and poet Elias Quint.
Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin, clawed hand. Her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. The events that took place on Urak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well? Your only attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards? I hope you have had ample time to calm yourself.
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orcelio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. Your only attendant is your valet from Europe. Do my service not measure up to your standards?
No, it is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Oh, it's Uwe, huh? Okay. Perception test succeeded. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, and awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often become the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising then that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. And I hope you had ample time to calm yourself in your power.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I.
After an awkward silence, Cassia frowns and purses her lips.
I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Frightened by her own words, Cassia covers her mouth, pale, blushes, then pales again, and hides her face behind the cascade of her snow-white hair. I'm beginning to think, Lady Cassia, that the feelings I have for you are far more complicated than common sympathy. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it is just as natural to share them with others. Quite right. So I would ask that you mind what you say from now on. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant. However, Drew's well-being hinges on that of its navigator. It is natural. To share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
The grimness of her expression cracks, revealing a great weariness beneath. She places a hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
So this must be the start of her romance. This is all new. We didn't get to experience this in the alpha or beta. So this is really interesting. I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first laid eyes on her. I would rather we find amusement elsewhere, perhaps in the privacy of my chambers. What I find childish is your manner of addressing me as if I were your friend, and your mistaken belief that anyone here would be interested in hearing about your emotional turmoil. Oof. I understand that you are going through. My own life was turned upside down not too long ago. I am not in the habit of finding amusement at the expense of my people. Just remember to keep your emotions in check. I'm afraid I must return to my duties. Why not?
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
Well, it sounds like she didn't like that. Cassia blinks in surprise, her eyelashes fluttering, and a delicate blush suffuses her cheeks. Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her burning face and swiftly exits the room. Oh, and we embarrassed her. Alright, so now we're left to explore this, huh? A new part of the ship I've not been to. And what is this? Secret... express your feelings to a noble lady. That's funny. What else have we got in this library? Doesn't seem like we can loot much of anything else, huh? Just the one lone book. Oh, I won't even give you the description of the ship, huh? And can't access these doors. Can't pick up that big old tome that's just sitting there on the floor. Well, looks like that's all that we get to do. So what does this book tell us? An admirer who seeks the favor of a refined lady is well advised to maintain pointed courtesy and finesse in his every deed. An honorable admirer will never defy a noble lady's ears with crude or indecent words, and neither will he allow himself to conduct that could besmirch her honor and dignity. Above all, the admirer should remember that a relationship begins with the right choice of words. Shower your lady with compliments that will accentuate her finest qualities without putting her in a position of discomfort. Word if chosen elegantly and spoken with genuine warmth may bring about a change in a lady's eyes as she looks upon you. Once your interaction has grown more intimate, always be sure to remember the simple rule of etiquette. For example, should the lady drop her handkerchief, deepest expression of sympathy for her would be to perform the following gesture. Pick up the handkerchief, wait a brief moment, then bring the handkerchief to your lips and touch it lightly before returning it to the lady. This noble gesture will assure the lady of the seriousness of your intentions. Remember that the flower bud of true feelings takes time to blossom. Patience, loyalty, and impeccability in adhering to the decorums of the nobility is key to earning the lady's favorable disposition. So you're given a cheat guide on how to romance this character. That is hilarious. What is this? Are they giving us 5 characters to play with? I hope so. That would be nice. Alright. People are... that. Lady Navigator, what is your current staff of House Orsilio? Minus 5 penalty to all the cards. That double fist the guns, huh? Oh, that's interesting. No, you go to here. What was this one? This helmet. Yeah, that's wear that for the time being. This is all stuff that we can stick away into the vault. Enough strength to wield it. Nope. Neither does she. So you actually want to hold it. Alright. Yeah, we'll give it to Abelard. And then you can use the heirloom pistol. That's all pretty much the same thing. So that is better armor. Gotcha. Okay, that's all of that. And yeah, there's nothing left to do in the library. So that was actually really neat how they did that. That was highly amusing and really fun. Oh, I'm so glad to be able to play this full game. There's already been so much that I haven't seen in the betas. Maybe this time we can actually save and call it a night. It's definitely time for me to get some sleep. Give my voice a little rest. This game's going to be a lot of reading and a lot of reading out loud. Outside of that, everyone from YouTube, from Rumble, from Twitch, thank you all so much for hanging out with me and spending some time. Hopefully you all enjoyed the show. Like I said, I will be playing this again on, let's see, today's my Tuesday, so I think I'll play this again, pick it up again on Wednesday my time, which I'm pretty sure for most of you it'll be your Thursday. But outside of that, I've been really enjoying the game. The game is well done. OwlCat Games has definitely outdone themselves once again so far. I mean, just looking at the detail is just amazing. We're right now at the bridge, and we're looking out at the vastness of space through these windows. I like how the ship's bridge feels like it's lived in with all the NPC characters that they have spread all out. All these nice little details that they got going on. And I'm definitely looking forward to seeing the rest of it. But next time we pick up, we'll be taking on the prison. And the prison's actually a rather short area, so we'll go from the prison, and then we will go to the main quest in the area where we'll pick up our final 2 characters. And after that, we will actually begin exploring the galaxy with the following stream. But outside of that, once again, everyone, thank you all so much for your support. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for chatting. Hopefully you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Until next time, everyone, I'll see you out there in space. Have a great evening or day wherever you are, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.